Nations Without States is a book written by James Minahan. It's about national separatist movements within countries. The book being written in 1996 will make some of this information out of date, so all new and more accurate information, plus some additional movements not in the book. I've devised a rating system as to what I think is more likely to gain its independence. I'll rate the movements based on national support, international support, and how big the population that supports the movement is, percentage wise. All of the criteria will be 1496 would see the first formation of an Aka state. Aka being a primarily Muslim part of what is now Indonesia. It would form a sultanate with Ali Mugyat Sia as their first sultanate. Aka in its early years would find much success as a country, establishing themselves as a regional power in the early 1500s. They had controlled a good portion of the island they resided on. Starting in 1519, a Portuguese ship that got lost off the coast of Aka would be attacked by the Akanese navy. This ship would be boarded and everyone on the Portuguese ship would be murdered. It wouldn't be long after that this happened a second time. It's not that this didn't happen for no reason either. It was that the Aka Sultanate and other empires local to the area viewed the Portuguese as a major threat as they conquered Malacca, which is a city in modern-day Malaysia. It would take 2 years for a proper response from the Portuguese. Though, during this time, Aka would still conduct raids on ships and conduct massacres of Portuguese sailors. The rest of the 1500s would be marred by this conflict, as intermittent fighting between Portugal and the Aka Sultanate would happen. Though, in part because of this conflict, the Sultanate would become a protectorate of the Ottoman Empire, though this was more of a symbolic gesture than anything. 1638 would see the conflict come to an end with a peace treaty, and the conflict shifting more to a war between the Dutch and Portuguese. After this conflict, the Sultanate would begin to see decline, with the Sultan's grip on the region loosening greatly, and by the 1680s, Aka was more of a federation of regional warlords than it was an actual country, as the central government's weakened grip would lead to that. Aka in the 1700s remained fairly quiet, though there would be some fighting. Nothing that would be too significant. This was also be due in part to the Sultanate having many short-lived leaders in that time. 1819 would see the warlords in Aka starting a rebellion, though this rebellion would be crushed. It'd be in the 1820s that the Aka Sultanate would be the number one exporter of pepper, with them producing and exporting half of all the pepper in the world. 1873 would be the final downfall of the Aka Sultanate, with the Dutch invading in March of 1873. This would fail and the Dutch would withdraw from Aka. It wouldn't be until later in 1873 that the Dutch would invade and take Aka's capital. This would cause Sultan Mahmud Shah and people who were loyal to him to retreat into the mountains and jungles of Aka. The Dutch would announce that the Sultanate would be dissolved, though the fighting would remain up till 1903. It would be 73 years later, on December 4th, 1976, the Free Aka movement would be formed due to the Indonesian government following a different form of Islam from the people in Aka, and with the immigration of Javanese people from other parts of Indonesia. 1977 would see the Free Aka movement attacking Mobil oil engineers, killing one person. It should be noted that their movement size to this point consisted of 25 to 200 people. The initial uprising would be crushed, causing leader Hassan D. Toro to flee Indonesia. The Free Aka movement would remain fairly dormant as most of the leaders of the movement had fled the country upon the 1979 defeat. It wouldn't be up until 1989 they would regain the capacity to carry out guerrilla warfare on a big scale, with the financial backing from Libya. The Free Aka movement would deploy 1,000 guerrillas to Aka. The main fighting would last once again 2 years with the defeat of the Free Aka movement. The Indonesian government would crack down hard on the people of Aka, with the government kidnapping, torturing, burning the homes of families who housed guerrillas, and a lot more atrocities. Most guerrillas by this point had fled to Malaysia. 1998 would see Suharto, the president of Indonesia, who oversaw the combating of the first two uprisings, dying. This would start the third and final uprising of the Free Aka movement, as they would take advantage of the fact the successor of Suharto, Yusuf Habibie, would pull troops out of Aka in 1998. The Free Aka movement would take advantage to spread anti-Indonesian ideas within Aka. The Free Aka movement would grow to their biggest size of 20,000 members. The fighting in Aka would remain mostly dormant up until 2002, when the Indonesian government would launch a major offensive into Aka, where fighting would last up until 2004, with the Indonesian government annexing what the Aka rebels controlled. The Free Aka movement would dissolve in 2005, after a peace treaty was signed in 2004. Aka, as of 2023, is a special autonomous province of Indonesia. Aka is the only province within Indonesia that has Sharia law, along with the population being 98.5% Muslim. The Akanese, the native people of Aka, make up 71% of the population. Aka has a population of 5.7 million. Aka is led by a governor who is currently Ahmed Marzuki. The governing body of Aka is the House of Representatives, which hold 81 seats. The government is made up of 5 parties and holds 23 seats, with the biggest party in the government being the Democratic Party, which is an Indonesian nationalist party which holds 10 seats. The opposition is made up of 10 parties and holds 58 seats, with the Aka Party, which is an Akanese nationalist party, with separatist elements holding 18 seats. I should have mentioned this earlier, but I'm going to give an unscripted opinion on why I gave it this rating. I think the 13 out of 30 is justified just because, the Aka people have voted in a government that's Indonesian in their region. And I also think with the dissolution of the Free Aka movement, I think that it's, kind of petered off. Now, there is still elements of separatism in Aka within their opposition party, the Aka party, but I don't think it's as big as it was, and I don't think it's that likely anymore.
Arakan resides on the west part of modern-day Myanmar. The Arakanese people have existed within the region for thousands of years. The first kingdom that we know of is the Danyawadi, which is now located within the northern part of the Rakhine State, which is located in Myanmar. The kingdom existed sometime in the 4th century AD, but came to an end in 370 AD. Danyawadi was immediately preceded by the Waithali kingdom from 370 to 18 AD. Arakan would also house the Chandra dynasty, which was a Bengali dynasty that led both Danyawadi and Waithali at different times. In the 7th century AD, it would see Muslims, through missionary work and war, introducing Islam into the region, as Arakan had strong ties politically to Indian and Bengali states by this time. Though Buddhism was already in the region before, and would lead to many different religious and ethnic conflicts through the next centuries that still rages on today, with the Myanmarese government being predominantly Buddhist. In the present day, Arakan is now called the Rakhine State. The Rakhine State is a federal subject of Myanmar and has a population of 3,188,087 people. The Rakhine, originally referred to as the Arakanese, are the majority of the population are Arakan. 63.3% of the population are Buddhist, while 35.1% are Muslim. While the remaining 1.6% of the religions are Christianity, Hinduism, and animism. Conflict has plagued the Rakhine State since 2016, with the Arakan army paramilitary group located within the Rakhine State, being in conflict with local Rohingya rebel groups and other pro-government Arakanese groups, and the Myanmarese army. All sides in this conflict have been accused of some kind of ethnic targeting, with massacres and the burning of villages being reported on a semi-regular basis. While conflict existed in Rakhine in the years before, the 2016 revival of the conflict is often considered the worst the conflict has been. So the reason why I gave it a 16.5 is because, well, one, national support being so high, like the Rohingya population, which is the main population in the Rakhine State, heavily support the armed rebel groups because of the persecution from the Myanmar government. International support being low is because the countries that are calling out this persecution from the Myanmar government they're not in support of the armed rebel groups, as they probably think that they have ulterior motives from outside of, protecting the population. And then population, I put 5 out of 10 because a lot of Rohingya are actually leaving, and they're going to Indonesia, and this is causing an immigration crisis. So this is kind of just justifying why I think it's a 16.5 and not any higher than that. Yeah.
Arabistan's origins come from the nomadic Arab tribe Banu Qab, which was an offshoot of the Banu Amir tribe, which originated from western Arabia. It would gain significant military power in the 1700s, with them forming a large navy that would harass local merchant ships and foreign power navies. 1763 would see Arabistan being attacked by the Ottomans and the British due to Arabistan's navy. Though this would result in Arabistan's victory, as this would not be a pressing issue for either the Ottomans or the British. 1865 would see the Persians roll through the region and destroy most of the region, including their capital. 1812 would see Banu Qab forming an autonomous emirate for themselves called the Emirate of Hammara that would lay the groundwork for Arabistan. The emirate would be located in what is now southwestern Iran, bordering Iraq. The Emirate of Mahammara would use Al-Mahammara, which is now Khorramshahr, as their capital. As they were a part of Qajar Iran at the time, they would play off the interest of Iran and the Ottoman Empire, as it was a huge point of tension between both countries. Though, in 1847, it would see Persia taking a hold of the emirate officially, as a treaty between the Ottomans and the Persians would be formed. 1901 would see the discovery of oil in Persia, with the contract for drilling being given to British oil tycoons. 1922 would see an attempt by the emirate to separate themselves from Iran, though this would fail in 1924. Though fighting for the emirate would last up to 1925. Though this would not mean the end, as fighting would revive on a smaller scale over the next 25 years, as individual revolts by the Arab population would happen in 1928, 1940, 1943, and 1945. A proper rebellion would start in 1956 by the separatist group the Arabistan Legion Front, as it was taking advantage of a weakened Persia. The insurgency would last up to 1979 with the Iranian Revolution happening. Though it would revive in April of 1979 with a coalition of Marxist and liberal rebel groups. The fighting would last until December 1979 with the defeat of the coalition. April 30th, 1980, Sixth Democratic Revolutionary Front of the Liberation for Arabistan, or the DRFAL, would besiege the Iranian embassy in London. The besieging of the embassy, according to the leader of the siege, Oan Ali Mohammed, was because of the repression of Arab sovereignty in Iran. The siege would last 6 days, with Metropolitan Police and the British Special Air Service dispatching the Arab separatists located in the embassy. 1998 would see a new phase of separatism in Khuzestan, with Al-Qaeda's Ansar al-Furqan, the National Liberation Movement of Awaz, and the Arab Struggle Movement of the Liberation of Awaz fighting in the region, though this seems to have been stamped out fairly quickly. 2005 would see a small revival in Arab separatism in Iran, with a protest happening on April 15, 2005, that would last 3 days, with a brutal crackdown from the Iranian government. After this, the Arab Struggle Movement for the Liberation of Awaz would, from 2005 to March 2006, sporadically bomb public areas. 2011 would see protests in the region due to the ongoing Arab Spring at the time. Once again, the Iranian government heavily cracked down on the Arab population in Khuzestan. The ASMLA was accused of shooting up a military parade in 2018 that was happening in Khuzestan by the Iranian government. The population of Khuzestan is 4,936,000, with 33.6% of the population being Arab, while 31.9% being Persian. Almost everybody in Khuzestan is Muslim, with most people being Shia Muslim. So, I gave this an 8 out of 30 because, well, I think most Arabs in Iran are content with living in Iran. They don't have a very strong majority in, like, the one region they're, like, most populous in. And a lot of, like, the movements surrounding the Arab separatism in Iran are classified as terrorist groups. Like, for example, there was that Al-Qaeda group there. I think an 8 out of 30 is justified due to this because there is no international support for these people. The population is only 30-something% of the population. That means there's 70% of the population that's not Arab that probably will not want to leave Iran. That's my justification for this 8 out of 30. Assam is a state within eastern India and is home to the Assamese people. Assam has a decently sized separatist movement within the country stemming from Assam having its self-determination, starting with Kamarupa in 350 AD, being led by Pushya Varman, who also established the Varman dynasty, which would be the founding dynasty of Kamarupa. The major religion in the region would be Hinduism, as well as many different tribal religions within the region being practiced. Kamarupa would last up to 1140 due to the breakup of Kamarupa, with the Kamata kingdom following it in 1257 after it swallowed up most of the breakaway kingdoms. The Bengali Sultanate would also swallow up some of the land. It is widely believed the Kamata kingdom is the beginning of modern Assam culture, with the early beginnings of the Assam language being spoken within the eastern part of the kingdom. By this point as well, Hinduism is what the vast majority of what people practiced in the Assam region. Kamata would last to 1587 and turn into Cach Hajo and Cach Bihar, which were two princely states which acted in the interest of the British. Which Cach Hajo would last to 1616, being annexed by the Mughal Empire, while Cach Bihar would join India in 1949. 1979 would see the first major Assam separatist militant organization being founded in Assam. The United Liberation Front of Assam, which is a part of a wider militant organization called the United Liberation Front of Southwest Asia. They had gained much popularity among the Assamese population in India, with fighting being at its worst in the 80s and 90s. The ULF is one of the few remaining militant groups left in Assam. The ULFA would spend much of its time fighting not only the Indian government, but also the Muslim United Liberation Tigers of Assam, which is an Al-Qaeda affiliate that emerged into another Al-Qaeda group in 2016 called Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent. April 27th, 2023 would see the insurgency in Assam coming to an end, with rebel groups in Assam disarming and signing a peace treaty. So the reason I gave it a 12 out of 30 is because, one, as you see, I gave the national support a 3 out of 10. It would be higher if I was working on this like maybe a couple of years ago, because there were still active militant organizations, but as you see recently in 2023, the rebel groups had laid down their arms. International support, I gave a 1 because because Al-Qaeda, which is an international terrorist organization, as most of you watching this probably would know, supported them, but I mean, that's not significant enough support that would like gain you like independence. I don't think there's really been ever a successful like separatist movement for Al-Qaeda that like lasted any serious period of length. And then I gave population 8 out of a 10 because, well, the Assamese make up about 48% of the population in Assam. So, yeah, like, this would definitely be higher if the people of Assam, like, supported it, but it's looking like they mostly don't support independence, but just some kind of greater autonomy. So, the main goal, it seems, of a lot of these former Assamese separatist organizations was for the independence, but it doesn't look like it anymore. So, yeah. Assyrians are a group of people within the Middle East that are mostly located within northern Syria and northern Iraq. The Assyrians have been located within the region for as long as written history has been around. The name Assyrian comes from Greeks calling the people there such. The first Assyrian state to be called Assyria came in around 2025 BC, with Puzur-Ashur I becoming the first king of Assyria. Assur would be the initial capital of Assyria, with Syria being a city-state initially after the collapse of the third dynasty of Ur. Initially, Assur wouldn't have much of a military due to Assur being a small city of roughly 10,000 people at the time. Over the next couple hundred years, Assur would come under the control of different empires. It wouldn't be until 1363 that the Assyrians would form the Middle Assyrian Empire. At its height, it would conquer all of modern Iraq, parts of western Iran, all of modern Syria, and northern Egypt. The Middle Assyrian Empire, as it was called at the time, experienced 2 periods of decline. The first one being in 1206 when King Tukulti Ninurta I was assassinated by political opponents, some of which included his sons. By the end of the 12th century BC, Assyria would recover and begin to conquer land. This would only last 100 years. With the beginning of the death blow for the empire would come in 1056. Though it isn't exactly clear why the empire collapsed, a few reasons are given. One of the reasons, and in my opinion the most likely, is that the Middle Assyrian Empire could not control the ethnic minority groups within their borders, as many of them had rebel groups. The Assyrian army could not deal with guerrilla tactics that they used, which caused the army to weaken, which caused new players to rise in the political situation in Assyria. It would be in 912 that the final blow to the empire would be given, as the final king of the empire, Ashur-dan II, would die. The Middle Assyrian Empire would be followed by the Neo-Assyrian Empire. The Neo-Assyrian Empire would be formed in 911 BC, with Adad-nirari II starting a reconquest of the lost Assyrian lands. They had regained control of most of their lands, only stopping short of Egypt. The Neo-Assyrian Empire would not last as long as the other two, only lasting up to 609 BC, with the empire being ripped apart by internal conflict. There are 3.5 million to 5 million Assyrians currently in the world. There are still a substantial amount living in the Iraq-Syria area, though many people have fled from the region due to war. From 1915 to 1918, the Assyrians would face persecution by the Ottoman Empire due to their faith of Christianity, more specifically in Azerbaijan. Mass killings would take place within the region. Right now, America has the highest number of Assyrians living there, with almost all of them being from the Iraq-Syria area, with about 600,000 Assyrians living in America. Though, within the Assyrian homeland, which would be Turkey, Iran, Syria, and Iraq, 374,000 Assyrians live. Assyrians currently have some autonomy within Syria, as there is a disputed territory called the Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria. It does not just represent them, but the area was occupied by Western-backed rebels during the Syrian Civil War and faced opposition from the Syrian government. The autonomous government's governing body is the Syrian Democratic Council. Their armed forces are called the Syrian Democratic Forces, which is an organization made up of ethnic militias within Syria. The organizations that specifically represent the Assyrians are the Syriac Union Party, which is represented in the Syrian Democratic Council, holding 3 of the 43 seats, while the other political party that represents the Assyrian people is the Assyrian Democratic Party. They also have 2 paramilitary forces that protect the interest of Assyrian/Syriac people, with one of them being the Syriac Military Council and the other being the Syriac Security Office. Given that everything's so low, given the fact that more than half of Assyrians don't even live in the Assyrian area, I think it's pretty easy to justify this one. Yeah, there are groups that fight for the interest of Assyrians, but not so much for the self-determination. There are groups like that, but I think it would be a very, very long shot for them to even get even close to any kind of self-determination. They are represented in that Syrian Democratic Council, so there's that. So yeah. Balochistan is located within 3 countries, with them being Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. The Balochi, which are the people of Balochistan, are speculated to come from Iran, more specifically the area of Iran just south of the Caspian, though other theories state they come from Syria or the area around Syria. The first semblance of a state within the area of Balochistan was the Mehrgarh, which was a town from the Neolithic period that would be founded in 7000 BCE and would be abandoned for larger, more fortified towns in 3000 BCE. The Indus Valley civilization would follow starting in 2600 BCE. It lasts to 1900 BCE. Though there would be civilization that would follow after the IVC, it is not sure what they would be called. The Achaemenid Empire, which would roll through the region, forming the Gedrosia territory. It would be followed by the Macedonians in 323 BCE to 312 BCE. During the reign of Balochistan, the Mauryan Empire, which would conquer all of India and be in the region as well, the Greco-Bactrian kingdom and the Indo-Greek kingdom would find themselves bordering each other, with the Greco-Bactrian kingdom being founded in 190 BCE, while the Indo-Greek kingdom founded in 170 BCE. Partarajas, which would be located within western Iran, which was considered the historical homeland of the Balochi, and southern central Pakistan. The Partarajas would be founded in 125 AD and last up to 300 AD. The Yolmira would be the founding leader of the Partarajas, who led up to 150 AD. The Indo-Parinthian kingdom would conquer pretty much all of Balochistan, having a strong grip on the region. The kingdom would be fairly brief in terms of history, lasting from 25 AD to 80 AD. The Kushan Empire would be its competitor in the region until the collapse of the Indo-Parthian kingdom. Hujula Kadaphises would be the first leader of the empire. The Kushan Empire would be in an interesting position for its time, as it was one of the empires in between the Roman Empire and the Han Dynasty for its existence. They would make contact with both the Romans and the Chinese. Kushan would be a part of the Silk Road. The Kushan Empire would last to 345 AD, where it would be conquered by the Neo-Persian Empire. The Neo-Persian Empire would conquer all of Balochistan as well, as conquering everything in the Middle East up to Egypt, and would only conquer parts of Saudi Arabia. The Neo-Persian Empire would last up to 650 AD. Hephthalides, which was left over from the Mongol Empire, would be the direct competitor to the Neo-Persians in Balochistan. The Hephthalides would last just over 100 years, lasting from 440 to 560, facing defeat from the Neo-Persians. The Umayyad Caliphate would conquer all of the Middle East, Spain, all of North Africa, parts of the North Caucasus. It would last 90 years before a civil war would tear the country apart. The Ghaznavids would follow in 1170, controlling the region up till 1215. They'd be a hegemonic power over the Baloch region. The Khanate of Kalat would be a small Khanate that reigned over the eastern and southern part of Balochistan from 1666 to 1955. Then there was also Las Bela, which would be a princely state of Pakistan that would rule over southern Balochistan from 1742 to 1955, before being absorbed by Pakistan. The Durrani Empire was founded in 1747, which would go through two name changes, with it being changed to the Herat Empire in 1793, then the final one would be in 1839, when they would change their name to the Shujaz Kingdom, before collapsing in 1842. The Karant state would be founded in 1697, lasting to 1955, before being absorbed into Pakistan in 1955. The state of Markan would be founded in the 1700s, before being absorbed into Pakistan in 1955. There's also a British province of Balochistan that was a part of the British Raj, and that would be annexed by India in 1955 as well. In modern-day Balochistan, as stated before, is across 3 countries, with Pakistan having 6.8 million of the 10 million Baloch, while Iran has 2 million and Afghanistan having 2 million. Balochistan has had a 75-year ongoing militant separatist movement, with the biggest and most notable organization being the Baloch Liberation Army, that is a conglomerate of other Baloch separatist paramilitary groups. The BLA is considered a terrorist group by the EU, America, China, the United Kingdom, and Pakistan, as they've been known to put bombs in public areas and be the cause of mass shootings within Pakistan, and a whole lot more. As of 2020, they have roughly 1,250 members, but were once a lot more popular within the region. The terror attacks had really put off the Baloch people from the organization, due to many Baloch people being caught in the crossfire of these attacks. Well, my justification for 10 out of 30 would be that, well, for one, with the national support being at 4 out of 10, there's still support for the Baloch Liberation Army, just, like, not a lot. Not as much as there used to be, but there's still support, and there's still a lot of Baloch people that still support it, but they're an ever shrinking number of people. I put international support at 0 because, well, their main group is designated as a terrorist group, so it puts a lot of people off internationally from supporting it. The Baloch, as far as I know, are ever so slightly the largest population in the Balochistan province. So there's that too. So yeah, I gave that a 6 out of 10 because there's a lot of them still there, but they number at about 35% of the population. So yeah. That's my justification for a 10 out of 30. The Moro people are mostly located in the southern Philippines and have found themselves in direct conflict with the Philippine government, as well as many governments over history. The first major country to form in the area would be the Sulu Sultanate. The Sulu Sultanate was founded by Sharif ul Hashim. Sulu was founded in 1457 and it would be a regional power, along with the Sultanate of Maguindanao. Islam would show up in the region from the 15th to 16th century and change the religious demographics in Southeast Asia forever. The Sultanate of Maguindanao would be founded not long after, in 1515, by Sharif Kang Suwan. Both sultanates would maintain fairly good relations as they would assist each other in fighting the Spanish, who they would come in direct conflict with in 1565. As Spain invaded the area at the time, going to war with the northern Filipino kingdoms and successfully dismantled them. The Moro sultanates would declare jihad on the Spanish. It wouldn't take long until the sultans of both countries would submit to the Spanish, becoming protectorates of the Spanish. The Qing dynasty would come in conflict with the Spanish for the Philippines, conducting raids on the entire island. Rebellions conducted by Chinese living in the Philippines would happen, though initially successful, would be put down by the Spanish. 1899 would see the Americans invading the Philippines as a result of the Spanish-American War. The Americans would invade the Spanish protectorates with relative ease, with the main fighting ending in the early 1900s, though guerrilla warfare would take place up till 1913. Though various levels of insurgency continued over the next 55 years, with the Moro fighting against the Japanese during World War II to varying levels of success among different Moro groups. It would be the Moro National Liberation Front, which would be formed in 1969 after the fighting would begin in 1969, leading the fight against the Philippines. The main cause of the Moro insurgency would be the Jabida Massacre, where after several mutinies by Moro recruits in the Philippine Army, the Philippine Army would respond with them killing an unknown amount of Moro in Sabah, Malaysia. Though the president of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos, would deny this ever happened. It wouldn't be long after that a split in the MNLF would happen, as Muslims associated with the paramilitary organization would split off to form the Moro Islamic Liberation Front in 1977, though they would maintain a good relationship with the MNLF. Both of the paramilitary organizations would find themselves at odds with certain factions within each other's groups, having several skirmishes breaking out between them. They would also be fighting Al-Qaeda and ISIS, though this would last up to 2019, with just their groups taking heavy losses from the Philippine government. Not only this, the MNLF would also fight the local communist groups in the area as well. In 2017, the jihadist groups would be dealt a heavy blow, making them pretty much unrecoverable. 2019 would be the end of the Moro conflict in the Philippines, with the MNLF and the MILF would find themselves at peace with the government. An extension of the fighting still continues as of 2023. 5 million Moro people currently exist across 4 countries, with more than half of the Moro people living in the Philippines and Malaysia. So I gave national support and population high numbers because there's a lot of Moro that live within this autonomous zone that was formed after 2014 because of a ceasefire that was signed between the MILF and the government. The MNLF was also involved in that. So yeah, I can definitely see that there's still like the independence movement still there. In fact, I think these groups still want it, but there was a ceasefire signed in 2014 with the MILF and the MNLF, as I mentioned prior there, because of the it was just to get give the Philippine government, I think, kind of begrudgingly gave these groups their autonomous region a bit begrudgingly because they didn't want to really give in to those people. So, yeah. Um, there's a lot of Moro in the region. That's why it's 9 out of 10, and it's 7 out of 10 on the national support because there's still a lot of Moro, I would think, that want independence from the Philippines. So, there you go. Bashkortostan is currently a republic within the Russian Federation. Their history dates back to the Paleolithic era when humans first settled in the region. The Bashkirs, the people who would become the people of Bashkortostan, would settle in the Urals and the Volga region. The earliest known Bashkir state would be the Tabin Khanate, and it would be part of the Kuman Kipchak Confederation. The Tabin Khanate would last up to 1222 under the Confederation when the Mongols successfully invaded the Confederation, annexing it entirely. The Bashkirs would eventually fall under the Golden Horde after the Mongol Empire fell, and would last up to 1502, when the Golden Horde would fully collapse and the Bashkirs would find themselves a part of the Nogay Horde, the Khanate of Kazan, and the Khanate of Sibir. It would be by the end of the 16th century that Russia would conquer the area the Bashkirs lived. 1662, Bashkirs, not trusting Russia of keeping Bashkir autonomy as well as the taxing within the Tsardom, would cause a rebellion. The rebellion would last 2 years before the Bashkirs would be given their demands as Russia could not deal with the rebels. The governor of what was called Ufa at the time would be Andrei Volkonsky, and he would be removed as governor and replaced by a guy named F.I. Somov, as well as the undoing of Russian-bought land in the region. Tax collectors also had demands against them by the Bashkirs in which they could not be as domineering as they could before. It would only be 40 years later from the end of the first rebellion, another rebellion would start in 1704. The cause of this rebellion would once again be mainly about taxes. The fighting would last 7 years with heavy casualties on both sides, though the Bashkirs would appear once again to defeat the Russian government. Though peace between the Bashkirs and the Russian government wouldn't last long, as in 1735, as the Russian general Ivan Krylov wanted to build a fort called Orenburg near the city of Orsk. 1740 would see the end of the hostilities with the Russians crushing the rebellion. During the Napoleonic Wars, the Bashkirs would serve as mercenaries for the Russians. 1917 would see the Bashkirs attempting to gain their own self-determination, though this would last until 1919 when the Bolsheviks would defeat them. When the Soviet Union was collapsing in the 1990s, the Bashkirs would once again attempt a shot at sovereignty from forming the Republic of Bashkortostan. This would only last 2 years before they would join the Russian Federation. As of 2021, Bashkortostan has 4.1 million people, with Bashkirs making 31% of the population, being the biggest minority. Russians are the biggest population at 37% of the population. The Bashkir language is spoken by 23% of the population in Bashkortostan. Bashkir is spoken by 1.2 million people in Russia. Currently, the Committee of Bashkir Resistance is the biggest separatist organization in Bashkortostan, where they would commit several arson attacks and attacks on local Russian government buildings. And this would take place between 2022 and 2023, with these occasionally happening to current day. So the reason I gave this a 12 out of 30 is because, well, for one, national support's at 5, and I put population at 5 because, one, they have a big population of Bashkirs in their homeland of Bashkortostan, but I don't think a lot of them are seeking independence, more so that like they're seeking freedom from their from the Russian government. But
International support I put at a 2 out of 10. They really only have one country supporting them, which is Ukraine, and that's due to the Russo-Ukrainian War. Outside of that, Ukraine would not be supporting them. There isn't really any other countries supporting them, so yeah. That's why I gave it a 12 out of 30. The Buryats are a Mongol ethnic group located just north of Mongolia and Siberia. The Buryat people were among some of the first people to be conquered by the building blocks of the Mongol Empire due to the proximity of the Buryats to the Mongols at the time. Genghis Khan's son Jochi in 1207 would be the one given the task of conquering the Buryat localities. In the 1300s, the Buryats joined other Mongol groups in an attempt to overthrow the Khalkha-led North Yuan dynasty, though this would fail. It would be in 1609 that Russian Cossacks would come into contact with small groups of Buryats near Lake Baikal. It would be in 1643 that the Russians would officially make contact with the Buryats, but it would be almost immediately upon official contact that fighting between the local Buryat groups and the Russian government would break out. The Russians would make fairly quick work of the local Buryats, but resistance would continue on for the next 46 years before the Russians would fully gain control of the territory. After this point, the Buryat population would grow by 4 times, as the Buryat population was less than 100,000 people in the 1600s to growing over 300,000 people by the 1800s. From the beginning of the Russian Civil War in 1917, the Buryats would predominantly side with the White Army in a losing effort. After the Russian Civil War, the Buryats would be given the Buryat Autonomous Soviet Republic. It would last from the end of the Russian Civil War in 1923 to the end of the Soviet Union in 1992. Upon the Soviet Union collapsing, the Buryats declared its sovereignty in 1990, forming the Republic of Buryatia, though it wasn't total sovereignty as they still declared themselves a part of the Russian Federation. It would be in 2004 its autonomous status would be heavily damaged as the Russian government signed decrees they no longer had control over their politics. As of 2021, Buryatia has a population of 978,000 people, with Buryats making up 32.5% of the population, or 295,000 people. Buryats largely practice Buddhism, with the religion making up 19.8% of the population, with Russian Orthodoxy being the largest religion at 27.4%. Many Buryats were enlisted into the military due to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia in 2022. A large portion of the casualties were Buryat, which led to the biggest separatist organization being formed in Buryatia, the Free Buryatia Foundation, which advocates for the self-determination of Buryatia. Well, I gave this an 11 out of 30 because, well, the Buryats are kind of in a tough situation. Russians make up 63% of the population in Buryatia, so there's that. Hence why I gave that a 3 out of 10 on the population. I gave a 2 out of 10, like previously. Ukraine's the only one that's really supporting Buryat separatism. And I gave 6 out of 10 on national support because most Buryats, it seems, want this self-determination due to how many Buryats have died in the Russo-Ukrainian War. So, yeah, that's my justification. The Champa are located in Southeast Asia, more specifically in Cambodia. The Champa would come from islands off the coast of Vietnam and settle in the Vietnam-Cambodia-Laos part of Southeast Asia, sometime in the last 1,000 years of BCE. It wouldn't be long until they would establish the Kingdom of Champa in southern Vietnam in 192 CE. Champa would become a regional power as they controlled a large part of the coastal area of Vietnam. They would have a fairly strong military and would play a large part in the politics in the region. Though, in 1471, they would face an invasion from Dai Viet, where they would be decisively defeated by Dai Viet. Champa would be reduced to a principality called Pandranga. Pandranga was a previously existing principality within the Kingdom of Champa. 1832 would see Dai Viet, now called Vietnam, annexing the rest of the Kingdom of Champa. 4 rebellions in 4 years would follow, all of which would fail. Much later, in 1962, would see the revival of Champa's self-determination. The people of Champa would form the Front for the Liberation of Champa, which was a Champa nationalist organization. The FLC would organize riots and would be accused by the South Vietnamese government of stirring ethnic tension in the region. In 1964, they would combine with 2 other militant groups to form FULRO, or the United Front for the Liberation of Oppressed Races. FULRO would initially find themselves at odds with South Vietnam, North Vietnam, and USA. Though they would get arms from China and would have the support of elements of the Cambodian government. Though FULRO would gain the support of the United States in the 70s. FULRO would continue their insurgency until 1992. The Champa in the modern day number 825,000 people, with 600,000 people living in Cambodia. Vietnam has 178,000, Malaysia with 25,000, China with 10,000. So, the reason why I gave this a 5 out of 30, it's because there isn't really any support for this. The Champa don't really sit as the majority in any of the regions they're in, maybe in smaller regions, but the main regions they're in, they don't sit as the majority. It seems that the main area they want is South Vietnam, and as you've heard, there's only 170,000 of them in Vietnam currently. I don't think this group of people really has a chance at becoming independent or anything like that. There's no interest from outside actors either for this, so yeah, that's my justification for a 5 out of 30. The Chuvash are descendants of the Turkic Bulgars and Sabirs who settled in the area in the 5th century. The Volga Bulgarians would be the first major empire to have complete control over the region, who would occupy the region in the 7th century. This would last up to 1223 when the Mongols conducting raids on the empire. The fighting would last till 1236 AD when Volga Bulgar territories would be annexed by the Mongols. 1242, the Chuvash people, along with the Bulgar area, would become a vassal of the Mongol Empire. By 1361, the Golden Horde's grip on the region would loosen and the Chuvash people would have some kind of determination, though it would be under the rule of Volga Tartars. This would barely last 100 years as the Russians would roll through in the 1500s. It would be in 1917 that the Idel-Ural movement would form and the Chuvash would find themselves a part of that movement. The formation of the Idel-Ural state would happen in March of 1918, lasting 27 days. Lenin would give the Chuvash an autonomous oblast, which would be the first semblance of self-determination to gain favor with the Chuvash people. The oblast would last from 1920 to 1925, though it would be immediately followed by the Chuvash Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, which would last to the end of the Soviet Union. After 1992, the Chuvash Republic would be formed for the Russian Federation, which is what the Chuvash people are associated with to this day. The Chuvash people number 1.5 million, with 684,000 living in the Chuvash Republic. This is also counting the 800,000 Chuvash people living elsewhere in Russia. The other 100,000 Chuvash all live in former Soviet countries. 63% of the people living in the Chuvash Republic are Chuvash, with most of them being of Christian faith. So it does seem to me that the Chuvash people are satisfied with their autonomy within the Russian Federation. Now, they are the majority of people there. Uh, Ukraine does support their independence movement internationally, but again, this is like one of those things that is just like, I think most of the people there are satisfied being within Russia. It's kind of hard to tell because obviously with almost all of these, I don't live in the area, but I would say that these people seem to be satisfied as doing further research into this stuff that um, there's like a bunch of Chuvash cultural organizations that are allowed within Russia, so I think this is what kind of like satisfies these people. So yeah, they're allowed to speak their own language, do their own thing kind of, but yeah. That's why I gave this a 12 out of 30, and that's why it was so high on the population. Chechens are a subgroup of the Nakh people who settled in Chechnya sometime in 10,000 to 8,000 BC. The Derzyks are the people who were the first building blocks of the Chechen people. The Derzyks are a fairly mysterious group of people, as not a whole lot is known about them, other than that the Mongols invaded them sometime in the 13th century, where the Derzyks would be decisively defeated. Though, in 1362, one of the first major Chechen kingdoms would pop up, called Simsir. It would be led by Gayur Khan II. During the 1300s, they would find themselves in an alliance with the Golden Horde, who they were basically a protectorate of, though not officially. 1395 would see Simsir finding itself in a war with the Timurid Empire, with the fighting only lasting a year, ending in the annexation of Simsir. Though Simsir would exist through an insurgency until 1470. The Timurids and the empires that would spawn from it would hold on to Chechnya until the 1800s, though insurgencies would take place in 1722 with the Chechen rebels fighting against the Russian Empire. The leader of the rebellion would be Adamir Barkanov, who was the prince of the Chechen Principality. The insurgency would start due to raids conducted on Russian forts in Terek. Fighting between the Chechens and the Russians would last until August 1722 before the rebellion would be crushed. It would be 10 years later in 1732 that the Chechens would rebel once again, though this would be quickly stamped out. 1785 to 1787 would see Chechens once again involved in an insurgency for their own self-determination. With the backing of Sheikh Mansur would create the Chechen Confederation. Sheikh Mansur was a Chechen imam who would lead the rebellion against the Russians. Mansur is really one of the main reasons Chechnya is overwhelmingly Muslim today. He would play a big role in the insurgency of not just the Chechens but also other Northern Caucasus ethnic groups. The insurgency led by Mansur would only last 6 years, with him facing total defeat in 1791. 1828 would bring a new Chechen theocratic state called the Caucasian Imamate, which its government was made of Dagestan and Chechen imams. The first leader would be Qazi Mullah, who would be from Dagestan. The Imamate would be in conflict for its entire existence with Russia, eventually falling to Russia in 1859. Though, during the Russian Civil War, descendants of the leadership of the Imamate would try to revive it to no avail. Insurgency from the Chechens would be very prevalent during the period of the Russian Civil War. The next time insurgency would be prevalent would be during World War II. In 1940, when the Provisional Popular Revolutionary Government of Chechnya and Ingushetia would see its formation. The revolutionary government would be led by Hassan Israelov, who was a journalist, and Mirbek Sharyapov, who was a Chechen revolutionary. After Operation Barbarossa began, the German Reich would have limited supply to the revolutionaries in Chechnya. The insurgency would have success in taking the fortified towns of Chechnya, with them establishing themselves in the village of Galanchaz. It wouldn't be till 1941 that the movement would declare the Provisional Popular Revolutionary Government of Chechnya after the convening of meetings with local Chechen and Ingush leaders. The summer of 1942 would see German saboteurs making their way into Chechnya. Though they would recruit people from the initial movement mentioned, it is unclear whether or not the movement supported the Reich. This involvement of the Reich would cause the Soviets to start deporting Chechens from Chechnya. November 1942 would see Marybek Sharipov being killed in a raid done by the Soviets. Though 1943 would begin to see the deportation of Chechens from Chechnya due to the alleged alliance of the Chechen rebels and the Germans, along with that Germany had started losing the war on the Eastern Front, which meant the Soviets could spend more time rooting the resistance out of Chechnya. December 1944 would be the last month of a structured resistance in Chechnya. Hassan Israelov spent most of 1943 and 1944 hiding in the mountains of Chechnya. He would eventually be found on December 29, 1944, where he would be killed in a shootout. The 1950s through 60s resulted in ethnic clashes between Slavic and Chechen populations in Chechnya, along with pogroms taking place of Chechens in Kazakhstan. December 11, 1994 would see the beginnings of the First Chechen War, which was rooted in the previous history I talked about, as well as the Chechen government taking advantage of the Soviet Union's collapse to declare independence from them. Zhokhar Dudayev would become the first president and prime minister of Ichkeria, founded the All-National Congress of the Chechen People on May 1st, 1990. This party would be the catalyst for the founding of the Chechen Republic on November 1st, 1991. The Russians would take notice and would ask the Chechens to stay within the Russian Federation, where they would be granted special autonomy. All offers of this nature would be refused by the Chechens. This would be ongoing until 1994, when the Russians would attack the Chechens on November 26, 1994. The initial attack would fail miserably, with the Russians pushing to Grozny, where they would take heavy losses. Though 5 days later, on December 1st, the Chechen Air Force would be destroyed by the Russian Air Force after a bombing mission. 1994 to 1995 would see fighting in and around the Grozny area, with Grozny becoming the most bombed city in the world at that point. The Chechens would face struggles due to them lacking an air force and lack of outside support. The Chechens would hold against the Russians after the Fourth Battle of Grozny, where Russian forces would withdraw. It's not that they had no outside support, because they would get volunteers from Turkey under the Grey Wolves, which is a Turkish paramilitary organization, and Ukrainian volunteers under the Ukrainian National Assembly. There would also be foreign volunteers for the Caucasian Emirate, which would become the Islamic State Caucasus province. 1999 would see Russia invading once again. This time the Russian military would fairly quickly work on the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, with them defeating the Chechens in 8 months, with fighting ending in April of 2000. Though insurgency in Chechnya would continue for another 8 years, before that would be defeated in 2009. The Russians would put a new Chechen Republic in place of Ichkeria, with them putting Ramzan Kadyrov in power. The post-Chechen War insurgency would be continued by the Caucasian Emirate and the Islamic State, though Vladimir Putin said the insurgency ended in 2017, though it's very clearly ongoing. I gave this a 19 out of 30 because, well, I kind of, there's definitely a chance, depending how things go on in the future, that Chechnya finds some way, somehow, its independence. I don't see that as super likely, but it does have the support. There's still an insurgency that's ongoing in Chechnya. It's a low-level insurgency, but it's an insurgency. There are people that support it in Chechnya and all that stuff. The population and region, I think it's something like 95% of people in Chechnya are Chechen. It's either 95 or 99%, I forget which. So those two are really high. International support, Chechnya doesn't really find much in the way of that, other than Ukraine recognizing it as an occupied territory. that's really all I have, and that's my justification. Chukotka is the furthest east federal subject, which is mostly occupied by the Chukchi people. The Chukchi would get first contact from the Russian Cossacks in 1641, who were traveling in the region. The Cossacks would build settlements for the Russian and Tsar to have influence in the region. The Chukchi would not take kindly to this and would attack the forts set up by the Cossacks. Though, for the time being, the Russians were unsuccessful in subjugating the Chukchi people. 1731, the Russians with local Siberian influence would attack Chukchi settlements. The fighting would last until 1747, ending in failure. It wouldn't be until 1778 that Russians would gain enough influence in the Chukotka region, though Chukotka wouldn't be fully explored until the 1820s. It'd be in the 1880s that trading with American, Japanese, and local Russians would fuel the Chukchi economy, as the fur trade was very lucrative during that time. The Russians really struggled with control of the region up until 1923, when they made permanent claims on the region, when the Soviets established themselves better in the region. After the Russian Civil War, Chukotka would find themselves a part of the Far Eastern Krai, which would last till 1938. Chukotka would end up being a part of the Magadan Oblast in 1953. Chukotka would separate from the Soviet Union in 1991, declaring themselves a part of the Russian Federation. Today, Chukotka has 47,000 people, with 28% of the population being Chukchi. So, yeah, there isn't really a movement, an actual movement for this. For some reason it is in that book, but this is probably never going to happen. Because Chukotka, its coast is it has the highest Russian naval presence of anywhere in the world. This isn't, that's why it's 3.5 out of 30. And there isn't even enough Chukchi people for like any significant movement to be there, so there you go. Yeah.
Circassia occupies the southern part of modern-day Kuban and had occupied most of the Caucasus steppe at certain points. The Circassians' origin is considered to be a part of the Northwest Caucasus group. The people who would become the Circassians, the Maikop, would settle in the modern Circassia area around 3000 BC, though not a whole lot is known about the country they formed. It would be 2,500 years later, in 500 BCE, that Sind-Mi'at tribes, the people who Circassians directly descended from, would settle, forming their own country in the Circassian region. Again, not a whole lot's known of this other than it existed for a few hundred years and established strong trading ties with the Greeks. After the collapse of the Sindicans, the Circassians would not be a unified country. The Khazars would take over the region in 650 AD, with the Khazars lasting to 969 AD. After a gradual fall from being defeated by rebellions and losing wars with neighbors, the Circassians, after the collapse of the Khazars, would once again be split among themselves. It wouldn't be until 1427 that Inal Niku, the first Grand Prince of Circassia, would be crowned. After Inal's death in 1453, Circassia would be divided up among Inal's sons. East Circassia, or Cadbardia, would be the most major principality to emerge from this. While Circassia remained divided, East Circassia would find themselves in conflict with the Crimean Khanate. East Circassia at the time was paying the Ottomans to protect the Circassians. These raids would not be protected, so the Circassians would respond on their own accord and attack the Crimean Khanate, decisively defeating them during the Battle of Kansal. Crimea and Circassia have a history of not getting along, as they've had wars and border skirmishes since at least 1479. The Russo-Circassian War would start in 1722. This conflict would last 142 years, with it resulting in the Circassian Genocide. The Circassian genocide would kill anywhere between 95 to 97% of the Circassian population, with the population of Circassians being 2 million before the genocide, while after it was 86,000. This would pretty much be the end of Circassians as a people and a country. Though, in modern Russia, the Republic of Adygia, which the Adygians are descendants of Circassian in the 1800s, as Adygians is one of the original dialects that was located in Circassia. There are 5.3 million Circassians, with 2 to 3 million living in Turkey. Granted, most of these people are not fully Circassian. 3 republics in Russia represent the Circassians: the aforementioned Adygia, Kabardino-Balkaria, and Karachay-Cherkessia. The current Russian government has called the Circassian genocide a mass migration and refused to view Circassians as a native to the area they live in. The former Circassia area has a growing separatist sentiment within it. The former Circassia area has a growing separatist sentiment within it. So, I don't think there's really a shot for these guys. They're not the majority in any of the Russian republics. They're not the majority in Turkey. Like, there's about 2 to 3 million living in Turkey. The Circassian homeland is mostly just Russian population. So, do I think the Circassians really have a shot at independence? No, I don't. I mentioned before that a lot of Circassians have kind of like mixed into like they're still Circassian. It's just like a lot of them are just mixed now. So I think that kind of plays into it, that there's not as many full Circassians as there once was, and I think the Circassian genocide really did that. So yeah.
The history of the Dagestan people starts around the 2nd century BC with the Caucasian Albanian region of the Caucasus, with the region covering much of modern-day Azerbaijan, Dagestan, and Georgia. The region would be made up of several unknown kingdoms surrounded by much bigger empires. The first empire that would conquer the region would be the Sasanian Empire. The Huns at the time had already conquered the northern part of Dagestan. The Sasanian Empire would hold on to the region until 651, when it collapsed and would fall under the control of the Khazar Khanate, though a war would break out between the Khazars and several Arab caliphates. The Khazars would lose control of southern Dagestan, with the Abbasid Caliphate taking the territory. The Mongols would conquer all of Dagestan in the 1200s. Once the Mongol Empire collapsed, Dagestan would be under the control of the Golden Horde. After the Golden Horde declined, the Safavids would take complete control of Dagestan, which would be to the 18th century when the Russians would take control of Dagestan. 1828, the Caucasian Amanate would be founded, which they would find themselves in a conflict with the Russian Empire up till 1859. Dagestan during the Russian Civil War would be part of the Mountain Republic before the Bolsheviks would annex it in 1921. The Bolsheviks would form the Dagestani SSR in 1921, and the SSR would last up to the end of the Soviet Union. 1998, the Islamic Jamaat of Dagestan, which was a terrorist Dagestan separatist group, would pop up in Russia. August 7th, 1999 would see the Jamaat coming into conflict with the Russian government. The fighting would last up to September 1999, though the fighting would not stop in Dagestan, since Dagestan doesn't exactly represent one people, with big groups in Dagestan being the Aguls, Avars, Lekia, Rutul, and the Tarbaran Sarans, all wanting independent states, though sentiment for united independent Dagestan is also a thing. Well, this is another one that Ukraine's supporting, and in further research, actually, the the post Russia Nations Forum actually was hosted in the European Parliament, in the EU's Parliament, which makes me believe that, well, the EU is backing this post Russia Nations Forum, which this is why I made this bigger, because also only 3% of the people in Dagestan are actual Russians. They only make up about 3% of the population. So that's why I gave this a 19 out of 30. Yeah.
Dhofar is a region in western Oman. The population isn't different from the rest of Oman. Dhofar was the home of a minor civilization in the Middle East called the Mandrawi. They would last in the region from the 12th to 16th century. 1876, control of Dhofar would fall under Sayyid Alwi, where he would go to war with local Bedouin tribes. Dhofar over the 20th century would fall under the Sultanate of Oman, though in 1963 the Dhofar Liberation Front would be formed to make a communist state in the Middle East, being supported by South Yemen. The DLF fought in the region for 13 years before being stamped out by the Omani government in 1976. The population of Dhofar as of 2020 is 416,000. So this is not really an active movement anymore. The Omani population there isn't any different. There's no international support for this. That's really all there is to say about it. Druzestan, or Al-Wahistan, is located north of Lebanon in Syria. The main population in Druzestan is the Alawites, with their first semblance of self-governance coming under the Hamdanid dynasty, who were located in northern Syria in 947. Their sect of Islam would spread under the Hamdanids all across northern Syria during this time. When the Crusades entered the Middle East in 1097, many Alawites had been persecuted and massacred, though eventually this would stop and the Crusaders would ally themselves with the Alawites. The late 1200s would see the Mamluks taking control of regions where many Alawites were already living. The Mamluks forcefully converted the Alawites to their sect of Islam by forcing them to build mosques, though this wouldn't last long as the Ottomans would take control of the region, where they would immediately start persecuting the Alawites, where the Alawites would flee to the coast of Syria. The Ottomans would justify their genocide by saying that the Alawites are not a trustworthy group as they caused the collapse of the empires they resided in before. The Alawites would fight back with many uprisings and rebellions. This would find some success as they would maintain some kind of self-governance due to the uprisings, but the negatives would far outweigh what they would have under the Ottomans. Though, by the 19th century, the relations between the Ottomans and the Alawites would be a lot more easygoing. Though persecution would still happen under the Ottomans. It would be in the 1830s the Alawites would maintain some kind of support in the Ottoman-Egyptian Wars. 1834 to 1835 would see the Alawites causing uprisings within Egypt, though these uprisings would fail. 1920, the French would form the Alawite state in Syria, though popular sentiment of the tribes, including the Alawites, was to form a unified Syria, and this would be maintained to protect the Alawites from being persecuted by other major tribes in Syria. Eventually, in 1936, the Alawite state would be formed into the Syrian Republic. In the modern day, Bashar al-Assad, who is an Alawite, leads Syria and is currently in the midst of a civil war, as well as fighting terrorism in the country. The Alawites currently have a population of 3 million people, with 2 million living in Syria, while Turkey has the second most at 750,000. And other countries that consist of the remaining 250,000 Alawites are Argentina, Lebanon, Germany, and Australia.
well as fighting terrorism in the country. The Alawites currently have a population of 3 million people, with 2 million living in Syria, while Turkey has the second most at 750,000. And other countries that consist of the remaining 250,000 Alawites are Argentina, Lebanon, Germany, and Australia. The reason I gave this a 0 is because the Alawites already kind of have what they want. Have an Alawite leading their country. As far as I'm aware, I don't think there's that much support for an Alawite-only country. Syria's kind of pushing the Syrian identity, as a lot of these like post-colonial countries do over there, and just in general. So, people don't really look to the differences of tribes as much, but there's still a lot of ethnic conflict in Syria, though. So, yeah. East Turkestan, or under China currently Xinjiang, contains the Uyghur people, which East Turkestan represents. The Uyghurs have had self-governance before, under the Uyghur Khaganate from 744 AD to 840, conquering all of modern-day Mongolia and north-central Asia. The Uyghur population would spread Buddhism across the region, though upon collapse, the Uyghur Khaganate would become 4 separate countries, becoming the Karakhadnid Khanate, the Gansu Uyghur Kingdom, the Kingdom of Kocho, and the Yenisei Kyrgyz Khaganate. None of these breakaway states would survive past 1207 AD. Islam would enter the East Turkestan region in the 10th century. A subdivision of the Mongol Empire, later its own Khanate, the Chagatai Khanate would occupy much of the Turkestan region from 1226 to 1347, before being renamed to Mogolistan, which the Mongols would continue the occupation until 1487, when the Yarkand Khanate would take over. Then, finally, the Kingdom of Uyghur would be the final iteration from the Chagatai Khanate. The Dzungars would eat up a lot of what was left of the Chagatai Khanate as well, though the Qing would take over the region in the 1700s, with the Dzungar Khanate fighting from 1687 to 1758, with the Qing and the Kumul Khanate, which was a small Uyghur Khanate under the control of the Qing government. This conflict would end in a genocide of the Dzungars. 1765 would see one of the first Uyghur rebellions under Qing rule, as the Qing's history would be marred by rebellions of ethnic minorities. The Uyghurs wouldn't be any different in fighting the Chinese. 1682 would see the Dungan Revolt, with Turkic tribes in Xinjiang, which include the Uyghurs, forming Kashgaria as a rebellious state against the Qing. The revolt would be backed by the British and Ottomans. Kashgaria would be founded in 1865 and would last until 1877. The Qing would initially struggle in the first years of the conflict, but would bounce back and defeat the Turkic rebels in 1877. The Xinjiang region would remain under control of the Qing government until 1912, when the Republic of China would successfully defeat the Qing in the Xinhai Revolution. June 1930 would see the beginning of a new conflict that is still ongoing in the Xinjiang region. The initial reason for the start of this conflict was due to the assassination of Yang Zhengzin, who was the leader of the Kumul Khanate. The assassination would be done by Jin Shuren, who would become the warlord of Xinjiang. The Uyghur people, upset by the leadership of Jin, who was essentially stealing the land for his own monetary gain and stealing people's livestock in the region, would form the Turkic Islamic Republic of East Turkestan in response to his poor leadership in 1933. Though an ongoing conflict had already been started in the region. By 1934, the ROC would annex the separatist state. Bizarrely, in the midst of World War II, the leadership of local Uyghur groups would declare jihad on Japan. calling on all Chinese Muslims to fight the invading Japanese force. 1944 would see the Soviets exerting their influence on the region, forming a satellite state called the Second East Turkestan Republic, where it would be used as a proxy to fight the Chinese government. This insurgency would keep the ROC busy until 1949, when the People's Republic of China would annex the region. Under the People's Republic of China, there would still be a very active insurgency. They would have to fight with the United Revolutionary Front of East Turkestan, which would be formed in 1968, and would be the armed wing of the East Turkestan People's Revolutionary Party that would be backed by the Soviet Union. The Revolutionary Uyghur Group would get arms and alleged logistical support from the Soviets up until 1991. The Yurfet would remain in Xinjiang until 2001, when they merged with another Uyghur revolutionary group to form the Uyghur People's Party. The 1990s saw terrorist groups such as Al-Qaeda recruiting members from the region, which would start a new phase in the conflict of Xinjiang, the Islamic terrorism phase, which lasts up to the current day in Xinjiang. The Turkestan Islamic Party was formed in 1997 and currently has the support of Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and several Uzbek terrorist organizations. They'd also get the support of former terrorist group Al-Nusra, though in recent years, especially as of 2017, the conflict has died down to the mass detainment of Uyghurs in Xinjiang. The detainment was due to an uptick in terrorist attacks in the early to mid-2010s. There are currently 13.8 million Uyghurs residing in 20 countries. 11.8 million of the 13.8 million live in China. 17. The conflict has died down to the mass detainment of Uyghurs in Xinjiang. The detainment was due to an uptick in terrorist attacks in the early to mid-2010s. There are currently 13.8 million Uyghurs residing in 20 countries. 11.8 million of the 13.8 million live in China. Well, I gave this a 15 out of 30 because I think that, there isn't really a big chance for the Uyghurs to get their own country, but there is a chance there. There's some kind of support for it. For about 44% of the population in Xinjiang right now is Uyghur, with 42% being Han. So that's why I put population region at 5. If this was probably like maybe a year or two later, I would have said that it's probably like 3 out of 10. But for now, I leave that at 5. National support, I put 7 out of 10 because, they have a history of fighting the Chinese government constantly, so there's that. International support is like 4 out of 10. Well, 3 out of 10, sorry, because it's just like there's all these news organizations reporting on Xinjiang, but no government's gonna be willing to recognize it as a country or anything, so yeah, there you go. There isn't really a whole lot to say about this one. Just go watch my Russian Civil War video if you want to learn more about like Far Eastern separatism. There isn't really like a big movement for this, but what this really refers to is there's a Far Eastern Federal District in Russia, and it sits on the eastern coast of Russia. There's a small group of separatists that call for a Far Eastern Republic, which existed during the Russian Civil War. So if you want to learn more about this, just go watch my Russian Civil War video. Golan is a region in northwestern Iran. The region lies on the south of the Caspian Sea. The people to settle in the Golan region were the Galaki, who would settle in the region sometime in the 1st or 2nd century BCE. The Galaki are thought to have come from Dagestan. The first country to pop up in Golan was the Ziyarid dynasty in 931 AD. It only lasted 159 years, due to it breaking up and part of it being annexed by the Buyid dynasty. The Buyid dynasty would fall apart in 1034. During this time, kingdoms that would be located in what is now Russia carried out many raids on the countries located in Iran, with the raids ending in the 1100s. From 1307 to 1336, the Golan region fell under the Ilkhanid Khanate, which was formerly under the Mongol Empire. The Chobanids would take over the region in 1338, with them lasting up to 1357. 1534 would see Golan's leaders paying tribute to the Ottomans. Golan was semi-independent by this point, though later the Golan area would be annexed by the Safavids. The Safavids would be severely weakened by the 18th century and would face defeat from the Russian Empire in 1722. Though the Russian invasion of Persia would result in the Russians successfully annexing the Golan province of Safavid. Though the Persians would eventually gain Golan back, it would be in 1921 that the Bolsheviks would cause an uprising in the region, forming the Persian SSR, which would last briefly and die out due to lack of support and a treaty between the Bolsheviks and the Persians. Today, Golan's population numbers 2.5 million, with 65% of the people in Golan being of Galaki heritage, though only 25% of the people actually speak the Galaki language. There really isn't anything to add for Golan. I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of like sentiment there, but I just don't see it anywhere, to be honest. There's nothing of significance for their independence movement. There's not enough of these people speaking Galaki or, practicing the Golan culture that I'd be like, yes, this is gonna be a country at some point. Yeah. No. Yeah, that's all I got. Gorkha land is a proposed state for the Gorkha people that borders Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Nepal, with all of its territory residing within India. The Gorkha find their origins in Nepal, with the Gorkha kingdom being founded in 1559 AD, with its first leader being Dravya Shah. Since Nepal at the time was a bunch of smaller kingdoms, the Gorkha kingdom took it upon themselves to attempt to unite Nepal. It would start in the mid to late 1730s and end in 1768 with the Gorkhas uniting Nepal. The 1980s would see demands from Subhash Gish Singh, who was the leader of the Gorkha Land National Liberation Front, which was a militant organization, now a political organization that advocates for the greater autonomy in the Gorkha Land Territorial Administration. Roughly 3 million Gorkhas reside in the Gorkha Land Territory as of 2023. I didn't give this like a big rating or anything because India has all these like little insurgencies ongoing. I really don't feel like the Gorkha people have been too loud about their independence. I mean, in the 80s, as I've read there was the Gorkha National Liberation Front thing. But it's like I just don't see this becoming a big thing. A lot of the people in India want to stay in India. Yeah. Hijaz first pops up in history sometime before 10,000 BCE, with Hijaz being a dependency of ancient Palestine. The Hijazi are one of the ethnic groups located within modern Saudi Arabia. The northern part of Hijaz would later become a part of the Roman Empire. Hijaz, being close to the events of the Bible, would see the sons of Abraham, as well as Abraham himself, being close to, as well as being around and in the region, as Mecca is an important location to Islam. Mecca being the city where the Prophet Muhammad lived and influenced, as well as Muslims making their pilgrimage to for Ramadan. The Ottomans would assume control over Hijaz in 1554, with it being then called Habesh-e-Alet by the Mamluks. It would only get the name Hejaz in 1872, with it lasting up to 1916 with the start of the Arab Revolt around World War I. The revolt would be caused by the already unstable nature of the Ottoman Empire, with them going through a revolt in 1908 from the Young Turks. 1913 would see Arabs meeting in Paris, with them creating a list of demands to the Ottoman Empire, though it would seem these demands would not be met. This would cause the Arabs in the Middle East to revolt against the Ottoman Empire, though it would mainly be in Hejaz. The Hejazi rebels would gain the backing of the French and British. The revolt would last up to October 25th, 1918, with the Ottoman Empire being broken up and Hejaz fully gaining their independence through it, as it would be declared at the beginning of the revolt. The Kingdom of Hejaz would be fully recognized on August 10th, 1920. The first king would be Hussein bin Ali, lasting for the majority of the existence of the kingdom. Ali bin Hussein would be the last after that. The House of Saud would take over and would combine Hejaz and another Arab kingdom called Najd in 1926, though this would last up to 1932 with the full unification of what is now Saudi Arabia. The Hejazi and modern Saudi Arabia have a very small and insignificant separatist movement. As the Hejazi are Arab, they are lumped into the Arab category in their demographics, which makes up 90% of the population. As the Hejazi are Arab, they are lumped into the Arab category in their demographics, which makes up 90% of the population. Hong Kong has been a city in China for as long as China has existed. 1841 would see the British colonize Hong Kong after defeating the Qing dynasty in the Second Opium War, and would establish Hong Kong as a very profitable trading port. 1899, Hong Kong would be extended south, where the British would take control of the islands south of Hong Kong, as well as the rest of Kowloon. December 25th, 1941, the Japanese Empire would take control of Hong Kong after a 17-day battle with the British Empire. The occupation of Hong Kong by the Japanese would last up to 1945. After the Japanese occupation, the British would hold on to Hong Kong till 1997, when it would be handed over to China and turned into a special administrative region. As of today, Hong Kong has a very large pro-independence movement, and it mostly consists of university students. Massive protests have broken out in Hong Kong over their right to self-govern, as with them being a special administrative region, they also have a legislative council. Hong Kong's current population is 7.5 million as of 2023, with 91.6% of those people being Han Chinese. So Hong Kong, in my opinion, is probably going to be the most likely one on this list, even though I don't really think it's ever going to become an independent country. Has strong national support there. A lot of the younger folk in China are not really with the Chinese government. A lot of people there a lot of the younger folk are like protesting against, as I mentioned, there's a lot of protests in Hong Kong right now because of the change in government there. Which it went from being a Western, like pro-Western government to a pro-China government. There's a whole thing around that, and I'm not really going to give my opinion here on it. Though, Hong Kong has very strong international support, especially from the U.S. There is Rick Scott and Ted Cruz, I believe, who were two U.S. senators, two big U.S. senators, recognizable names that joined the protests in Hong Kong. I believe there was even more U.S. senators that voiced support for the Hong Kong protests. So, they have very strong international support. That's the reason why I gave it a 24 out of 30, because also the people speak Cantonese there, and they're Han, but they don't speak the main dialect in China, which I believe it's Mandarin. So, yeah, that's why I gave it a 24 out of 30. The Hmong people are mainly living in Vietnam, but this is referring to the Laotian Hmong people. Laos during the Vietnam War was going through its own civil war at the time between Pathet Lao, who were communists, and the Kingdom of Laos, who were backed by the US. An equal number of Hmong participated on both sides of the Laotian Civil War, though it would be in the mid-60s that the Hmong would shift more to the side of the Kingdom of Laos due to persecution from the Pathet Lao, who were the communists. It would be in 1975, at the end of the Laotian Civil War, that the Pathet Lao government would put in their newspapers that the Hmong would face complete extermination. This would kickstart an ongoing insurgency with local Hmong militias, along with Hmong who were loyal to the Kingdom of Laos. The main part of the conflict would last from 1975 to 2007. While there's an ongoing conflict, still, it is mostly Hmong who are part of the insurgency, fleeing to remote parts of Laos or fleeing to Thailand. Currently, the Lao government is still persecuting their Hmong population. 2007 saw the Laos government accusing Vang Pao, who was a general in the Royal Lao Army and a former United States general, of planning a coup. The Lao government used this as an excuse to persecute the Hmong, who they accused of being in the plot. This would force many Hmong to flee to Thailand, though Thailand wasn't so welcoming, forcing many of the Hmong back into Laos, where they would end up being persecuted. The Hmong people number 4.5 million, with the major populations of Hmong being in China, Vietnam, and Laos. The separatism from the Hmong is more of a bringing the Royal Lao government back into Laos. This one is kind of tough. A lot of the Laos Hmong people have fled Laos to the United States, Thailand, and the surrounding countries in Southeast Asia. I actually don't know how much persecution the Laotian government is still doing. I feel like this would be a boots on the ground thing. From what my friend, who is I believe a second or third generation immigrant from Laos, told me, is that the Pathet Lao government, which is the communist government there, has chilled out a lot in recent years, but it does. I think he did tell me that there's still persecution ongoing in Laos of the Hmong people. I remember reading that a lot of Hmong live out in very, very rural communities because of this persecution now, of the ones remaining in Laos at least. But there's no international support for these people. I really don't think the Royal Lao government's gonna really ever come back to Laos, because really, it's like with Vietnam too. Really, these the Pathet Lao government and the government in Vietnam, it's really just looking like they're gonna be turning into democracies at some point in the future, anyways. So there wasn't really even ever a point to those civil wars. But yeah, that's why I gave it a 9 out of 30. No support. The persecution has been, eased up on. So, yeah. Inner Mongolia is a historically Mongol part of China. Most people who support their independence movement advocate for the unification of the Mongol sphere, including Altai, Tuva, Buryatia, Mongolia, and Inner Mongolia. After the Mongol Empire fell, it would fall under many different Chinese dynasties. After the Xinhai Revolution in 1911, it would fall under the Republic of China until 1937, when the Japanese would find success in invading China, where they would form the Mongol United Autonomous Government, which was a Japanese puppet government that would form into the better-known Mengjiang. Mengjiang would consist of Chinese provinces of Chahar and Sui Yuan, with Mengjiang being led by Demchug Dongrub, who was a prince previously in the Qing dynasty. Though their de facto independence wouldn't last long, as the Japanese government would incorporate Mengjiang into the reorganized national government of China. Near the end of World War II, Manchuria and Inner Mongolia would fall under the Soviet Union's occupation. This would last from August 1945 to May 1946. Though, during this occupation, the Soviets would form a government in Inner Mongolia, the Inner Mongolian People's Republic, that would last from September 9, 1945 to November 6, 1945. The Chinese government, who thought the government was a threat from separating from China, sent their army into the region, bringing an end to the state. Once the Inner Mongolian People's Republic would be annexed by the People's Republic of China, they would form the Mongolian Autonomous Region, which still exists within China. The Inner Mongolian Autonomous Region is home to 24 million people, with 17.7% or 4.2 million people being Mongol. The biggest separatist organization is the Inner Mongolian People's Party, with it being founded in America. The party does not seek reunification with Mongolia, but the independence of Inner Mongolia. So, the 7 for this one is pretty easy to explain. I only really gave the international support to the Inner Mongolian People's Party, which doesn't really exert any influence in the region in the region of Inner Mongolia. They hold their protests in, I think, New York or whatever. They do their thing, but it's not going to really do anything for them. Most of the people who live there are Han Chinese now, so there's that. 17% of the population is Mongol, but I don't really see a future that Inner Mongolia will be with Mongolia due to that. So, yeah, that's why I gave it a 7 out of 30. Kachin land refers to an area of northern Burma that is occupied by the Kachin people, though the Kachin state, as it's called in Burma, is occupied by many different ethnic groups, consisting of Kachin, Lisu, Han Chinese, Shan, Kuki, Bamar, Nu, Tibetan, Burmese, and Gurkha. Kachin is home to an ongoing conflict that started in 2011. Though this conflict is headed by the Kachin Liberation Army, which had a first phase that started in the 1960s with the Kachin people wanting independence from Burma. The Kachin Independence Army numbered roughly 1,000 men in the 1960s. Through the fighting in the 60s would come to an end by the end of the decade. The fighting would resume in 1971 with the KIA fielding roughly 2,500 men. There had been intermittent fighting throughout the 70s and 80s, though it would be in 1994 the Burmese government and the KIA would sign a ceasefire. The ceasefire would be broken in 2011 with the Burmese government breaking the ceasefire. With the fighting being resumed, the KIA would once again wage a guerrilla war with the Burmese government. The major fighting would last up to 2018, with the fighting turning into a low-level insurgency. 2021 would see a Myanmar coup, with the military taking power in Myanmar. The KIA would not recognize the military government and the fighting would resume once again, with the KIA and the military constantly clashing with the Burmese government up till 2023. As of November 2023, China has mediated peace talks between rebel groups in Burma and the Myanmar military government. Kalmykia was first established as a Khanate in 1630 by the Oirat people who originated from the Mongol Empire. Many Oirats would move from the original Mongolia area to settle in Central Asia and the Caucasus. The Khanate would last up to 1771 when Russia would annex it. The Kalmyk people being under Russian rule would cause them to leave the area and settle in other areas. 1865 would see Alistia, what would become the capital of Kalmykia under the Russian Federation, being established. Under Russian rule, many Kalmyks would adopt the Cossack way of life, with many Kalmyks joining the White Army during the Russian Civil War. Though the Tsarist regime, along with many elements of the White Army, supported the replacement of the Kalmyks, which caused many Kalmyks to join the Bolsheviks as well. Though, after the Bolsheviks had won the Civil War, the Bolsheviks would persecute the religious Kalmyks, especially the Buddhists located within Kalmykia. During the Russian Civil War, the Kalmyk Soviet Republic would be established in 1920, though it would eventually be turned into Kalmyk Autonomous Soviet Republic in 1935. January 1922 would see Kalmyks suffering a famine, with 70,000 Kalmyks succumbing to starvation during this famine. March 22, 1930 would see Kalmyks attempting to separate from the USSR. The Kalmyks would raise an army of 200 men, which would swiftly be defeated in the same year. The uprising would be in response to the forced collectivization of agriculture by the Soviets. World War II would see the Soviets not happy some Kalmyks had joined the side of the Germans. Joseph Stalin would deport the Kalmyk people, and almost all of the Kalmyks, which numbered just over 100,000 people, with them being deported to Siberia. This would end in 1957 when the Soviets would welcome the Kalmyks back to Kalmykia. 1992 would see the Kalmyks staying with the Russian Federation. Kalmykia's population today numbers about 275,000 people, with 159,000 or 62% of the population being Kalmyk. The biggest separatist group is the Kalmyk Oirat Congress, which is currently banned in Russia. Karakalpakstan is a region of western Uzbekistan and was a very important region of the many empires that had gone through the region. The Karakalpak people had their origins from the Mongol Empire, where they would be conceived. 1873 saw the Khanate of Khiva ceding their territory to the Russian Empire, which this action would cause Karakalpakstan to remain under Russian rule up to 1991. 1925 saw the Soviet Union form the Karakalpak Autonomous Oblast. It would be in 1932 the Soviet Union would form the Karakalpak ASSR. Though the Soviet Union would join it with the Uzbek ASSR, the Uzbeks would directly administer the region up till 1992. After their separation from the Soviet Union, Karakalpakstan would stay with Uzbekistan. They are currently an autonomous region of Uzbekistan. Karakalpakstan can veto anything that Uzbekistan does to them, and they have all say what happens to their region. 2022 saw protests in Karakalpakstan due to Uzbekistan attempting to erode the veto laws that the Karakalpaks had. Karakalpaks have 720,000 people, which makes up 37% of the population of Karakalpakstan. Uzbeks make up 40% of the population. The biggest group that currently advocates for an independent Karakalpakstan is the Free Karakalpakstan Revival Party. The Free Karacal Pakistan Revival Party. So the Karacal Paks, this one's kind of tough because they're very nationalistic about their home, which I think most people would be. But with the drying up the RLC and Karakalpak kind of being in like a deserty-ish area, um, it's kind of tough for them because they don't got much resources outside of the RLC, which is drying up. A big part of Karakalpak culture was actually like the fishing because that's where most of their economy came from. Do I see the Karakalpaks gaining independence from Uzbekistan? Likely not. I think Uzbekistan, unfortunately, is going to attempt to erode these laws more, these veto laws. Yeah. And also that in their own homeland, they're not the majority of people. 40% Uzbek. So, yeah. Don't see an independent Karakalpakstan in the future at all. So, yeah. Kashmir's first semblance of self-governance came in 1846 after the Anglo-Sikh War, with the British forming the Jammu and Kashmir Princely State. The princely state would exist independently up until 1947, when it would be formed into India. 1947 would also see the Poonch Rebellion, Poonch being a district within Kashmir. The rebellion would be backed by Pakistan and would be successful. In the aftermath, the Pakistan government would form Azad Kashmir as a self-governing state under Pakistani administration. Pakistan controls 2 regions of Kashmir with a combined population of 6 million. The regions being Azad Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan. India controls 3 regions, with them being Kashmir Valley, Jammu, and Ladakh. These 3 regions have a combined population of 7.3 million people. China also controls insignificant parts of Kashmir, with those being Aski Chin and Trans-Karakoram. Both of these regions have little to no population. There's an ongoing insurgency in the Indian-controlled parts of Kashmir, with many different Kashmiri separatist groups operating in Kashmir, with them including the All Parties Hurriyat Conference, which is a coalition of Kashmiri separatist groups, Jamaat-e-Islami Kashmir, which is a social conservative political party that operates in India, the Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front, which was formed in 1976 and one of the biggest armed rebel groups in Kashmir. The group now operates as a political group, and the People's Anti-Fascist Front, which was formed by 2 other groups in 2020, and is designated as a terrorist group by the Indian government in 2023. Lashkar-e-Taiba, which was formed in 1985 and also operated in Afghanistan. This group is Pakistan's Taliban and is designated as a terrorist group by not just India, but also Australia, Pakistan, and the United States, the United Kingdom, Russia, and the UN. Kashmir is a majority Muslim part of Pakistan. The Kashmiri people number about 9 million people, making them the majority in the Kashmir region. So, within the entire Kashmir region, the Kashmiri are the majority of people. A lot of these people, it seems to me at least, seek for their independence. The war between India and Pakistan is really over who the region belongs to and not if the region should be self-administered or not. Yeah, and that's what kind of makes this like almost impossible for the Kashmir people to be independent of India and Pakistan. India and Pakistan would have to completely collapse for that to happen. So, do I think like Kashmir has a strong like independence movement within it? Yes, they have plenty of groups for that. That's why I gave it a 9 out of 10 national support. Do I think population region, they are the majority? Yes. So, just they got no international support, they got no backing. So, that's why I gave it a 17 out of 30. Kathule is a separatist state in Burma that represents the Karen people. They did declare independence in 1949, though it would immediately result in conflict in the region. The Karen conflict would start in 1949 with the Karen National Union heading the separatist efforts in the Kayin state. A lot of this would bleed over into the Kaya state, as many Karenni also live in the state as well. The KNU is made up of two rebel groups, with the Karen National Defense Organization, which is one of the armed wings of the KNU, and the KNDO, which has 4,000 members. The KNDO is also the oldest rebel group, with it being founded in 1947. Though it is not the official armed wing of the KNU. The Karen National Liberation Army is the official armed wing of the KNU, and was founded in 1949. And has anywhere from 6,600 people to 22,000 people, as well as it's a part of the Karenni coalition called the 4K Coalition, which involved the Karenni Army, which was founded in 1957 as the armed wing of the Karen National Progressive Party and has 8,000 people involved in the group. It's also the biggest rebel group with a confirmed size. The Karenni National People's Front, which is a communist rebel group founded in 1978, which lasted up to 2009 before it was revived in 2023. The KNPLF has a membership of 2,000 people. The Karenni people number about 358,000 people, with them mostly located within Thailand and Burma. As you seem to notice, the Karenni seem to be very militant people for how many there are. They don't really sit at the majority in like the greater regions they reside in. There's only 358,000 of them, but they are very militant people. That's why I gave it a 9 out of 10. They have no international support. I think China is also mediating peace talks with these guys too, so there's that. I don't really think these guys have a shot at it, so yeah, that's why I gave it an 11 out of 30. Khalistan is a proposed state that encompasses the state of Punjab in northern India. The origins of the movement come from the 1930s, as independence from the British grew closer in the 30s and 40s. The Sikhs in Punjab called for their independence, as Punjab has been a country there before. When India was partitioned between Muslims and Hindus, the Sikhs were not given a country from the partition, with the vast majority of Sikhs ending up in Pakistan. Though, it should be mentioned that even in 1947, Punjab was majority Hindu by this point, and played a big role in the British not giving the Sikhs a country. This would lay the groundwork for the insurgency that's ongoing in Punjab. The Khalistan Liberation Force is the biggest separatist group in Punjab. 150 million Punjabis currently live in India and Pakistan. So, the Punjabi population in Punjab, India, sits at about 90% of the population. Somewhere between 80 and 90%. So yeah, once again, another very militant population. The Khalistan independence movement, it's a very big independence movement. A lot of the Punjabi people who have moved to Canada have brought the movement here. So they still advocate over here. There was even an assassination of a leader in Canada. There was a whole drama over that between the Canadian and the Indian government. India does view these people as a threat. So there's that. Will Punjab become a country. I don't know. This one's like a tough one. I gave it a 22 out of 30 because of that militant population, and it does have that support. But yes, and Canada, the Canadian government said they were not supporting it. But it's very clear that some Khalistan independence guys did get into the pockets of the Canadian government, so there's that. Do I think it's going to happen? Personally, I'm going to actually answer it this time. No. It's always going to be a no, because do I see a future? Maybe, but realistically, I do not think it's going to happen. So there's that. There really isn't a lot of information on this, but Kairat is an autonomous region of Nepal, home to the Kharati people, who make up about 1.3 million of the 30 million people in Nepal. There isn't a whole lot I could find on this. I know that there's like some kind of Kharat kingdom in Nepal, like way back, and I think they united Nepal. I think I mentioned this earlier in the video, so yeah. On to the next part. This is another one that just isn't gonna happen. There's not enough Kharati people, and I think most of these people anyways don't really seek for their independence. So I couldn't find anything associated with Kharati independence, so yeah. That's all there really is to put with this. Koryakia is a region of the Kamchatka Peninsula and is home to the Koryak people, who are a native Siberian group in Russia. 8,022 Koryaks live in Russia today, with 99% of them living in Koryakia. Koryakia was founded as an oblast within the Soviet Union in 1931. The oblast would last up to 2007 before the people in Koryakia voted to join the Kamchatka Krai. So yeah, this one is it's zeros all across the board. Second time in a row. Yeah, the Koryaks, there's way too little of them. None of them really kind of... I don't think there's a single Koryak that's thought about independence. So, yeah. Nothing really else to add there. Just a small group of people. Kurdistan is a de facto country that has claims in Turkey, Azerbaijan, Syria, Iran, and Iraq, and has had many dynasties and kingdoms that had ruled in the Middle East. The Kurdish people have not had a country that has represented them since the 1700s. The British, having obtained parts of Kurdistan in Iraq post-World War I, established the first Kurdish state on October 25, 1918. This wouldn't last long, as the Kurds in Iraq did not take well to the British rule, as the Kurdish people had sought their independence. The revolts would cause the British to abolish the Kurdish state, though, in the immediate aftermath, the Kurds would establish the Kurdish Kingdom in 1921. The Kingdom of Kurdistan would be formed during the Mahmud Barzanji revolts, which were revolts taking advantage of the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. The Kingdom of Kurdistan would last up to 1925, when the revolts would be crushed by freshly formed British-backed Mandatory Iraq. 1923 would see the Azerbaijan SSR under the Soviet Union at the time, forming the Kurdistan Uyezd, or also called Red Kurdistan. It would briefly be succeeded by the Kurdish Okrug in 1930. It seems this came to an end after the Soviet and Azeri authorities began persecuting the Kurdish populace in Azerbaijan. 1927, the Kurds would attempt to form the Republic of Ararat, which existed in Turkey. It would exist for 4 years before Turkey would invade and dissolve Ararat in 1946. It would be located in Iranian Azerbaijan. It would only last from January 1946 to December 1946. 1992, Azerbaijan would once again see Kurdish separatists forming the Kurdish Republic of Lakhchin. This would be the final attempt in the Azerbaijan area, as a war would break out between Armenia and Azerbaijan in the Nagorno-Karabakh region. Due to war, 80% of the Kurds living in Nagorno-Karabakh would leave. 2003 would see Islamist terrorist organization Ansar al-Islam, the Kurdish Islamic group, a social conservative Kurdish political party, and the Kurdish Islamic movement, also a Kurdish political party, forming the Islamic Emirate of Bayara in 2001. The emirate wouldn't last very long, as the Americans would dismantle the emirate during the fighting in Iraq in 2003. 2012 would see Western-backed Kurdish rebels during the Syrian civil war forming the Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria, which would exist up to current day. Kurds currently number 40 million across 25 different countries, though their biggest population is in Turkey, where they number about 15 million. My reasoning for 26 out of 30, well, there's so many Kurds. There's 35, 38 million of them, somewhere around there. They're the biggest ethnic group without a country. I don't think that it's not gonna happen. It's definitely going to happen. There's so many things pointing towards that is going to happen, given that there's support from outside countries like America. They don't directly say it, but they support a lot of, the Peshmerga, the YPG, and all these other Kurdish groups that are fighting these countries in Syria, Iraq, whatever. Yeah, so I definitely see a point at some time down the line that one of these groups, carves out a big enough chunk and they get recognized. Do I think it's going to be in the next 10 years? Maybe. But it's definitely going to happen at some point. So, yeah, that's why I gave it a 26 out of 30. The Kuril Islands is a disputed set of islands between Russia and Japan, with the Ainu people having a historical claim to the islands. Ainu do not seem to live on this island anymore. There's really nothing else to say about it, other than, yeah. Honestly, I'm not even going to do a second part of this. It's a 0. It's going to be 0, 0, 0 anyways, so, yeah. Manchuria is located in northern China, north of the Korean Peninsula, with the Manchus being the people who inhabit the area. The Manchus once controlled China under the Qing dynasty. The Qing dynasty took power in 1636 from the Ming dynasty. The Qing dynasty would lead China through the century of humiliation. The Qing dynasty would last up to 1912. It'd be later in 1931 the Japanese would invade the Republic of China, in an invasion that would last 5 months, where the Chinese would be decisively defeated in Manchuria. The Japanese would use this opportunity to form Manchukuo, or the Empire of Manchuria. The Japanese would declare Manchukuo a monarchy and put Puyi, who was the last emperor of the Qing dynasty, in power. With occupation, the Japanese would begin to ethnically settle Manchuria, with the Japanese government sending 200,000 Japanese farmers into Manchuria. At the height of Japanese settling in Manchuria, the Japanese owned 14.3% of the land. Many of the Chinese and Manchus living in Manchuria would be evicted from their land in favor of Japanese. By the end of World War II, as many as 2 million Japanese civilians were living in Manchuria, though all these people would be sent back to Japan. 1937 would see Manchukuo playing a small role in the Second Sino-Japanese War, with Manchukuo playing a role in some of the fighting. The Manchukuo Imperial Army would consist of roughly 150,000 men by this point. In 1939, Manchukuo invaded Mongolia. Well, it was more the Japanese did it through Manchukuo, but whatever. Which Mongolia was an ally of the Soviet Union. This would cause a border dispute on the Kelk River. The Japanese, along with the Manchukuo, would attack without discretion of the government in Tokyo. The Japanese would attack on May 11th, 1939, and would be defeated by the Soviets and Mongol forces on September 16th, 1939. Manchukuo throughout the war would assist the Japanese in fighting in China, though this would come to an end in August of 1945, when the Soviet Union along with Mongolia would invade Manchuria on the 9th of August. The fighting would last 11 days before the Japanese would surrender to them. When the Soviets occupied Manchuria, they would form a short-lived state called the East Inner Mongolian People's Republic, before the territory would be annexed by the People's Republic of China. During the immediate aftermath of World War II, China would be plunged into a civil war between the communists and nationalists. By 1949, most of China would be under occupation of the People's Republic of China. Manchuria, as of today, is split among 3 different provinces, with those being Heilongjiang, Jilin, and Liaoning, as well as Western Manchuria being a part of the Inner Mongolian Autonomous Region. The Manchu's population is 10.6 million people, with 10.4 million living in the mainland of China. So I gave this a 4 out of 30. There is some support for Manchu independence, but the Manchus in their own homeland aren't the majority anymore, so I think it's very clear to me that that's never going to happen. They don't really have a chance, yeah. That's really all there is to say. Yeah, alright. That's why I gave it a 4 out of 30. The Manchus aren't as nationalistic as others. They're not that militant. Yeah. No international support whatsoever for this because it's a crapshoot if you want a independent Manchuria, pretty much. So, yeah. Mari El is a republic located within Russia's Volga Federal District. The land was inhabited by the Mari people sometime before the 5th century AD. Though their first mention in written history was by the Khazars in the 10th century. The Mari would be incorporated into Russia in 1552, and many of them would be forced into converting to Christianity, though as many Mari had fled their homeland and moved to what is now Bashkortostan. The Mari under the occupation of Russia would not have a lot of interaction with the Russian Empire, so many of them retained their culture. It wouldn't be until post-Russian Civil War that the Soviet Union would begin Russifying the Mari El region. The Russian Federation would give Mari their own republic within Russia. Mari separatism after the collapse of the Soviet Union would gain some popularity, with a decent amount of Mari being a part of the Idel-Ural movement, which is a separatist movement that includes Mari El, that wants to separate from Russia. The Idel-Ural movement finds their roots in the Russian Civil War, as one of the many breakaway states was Idel-Ural, though its existence was brief. Mari El does have a nationalist political group with separatist elements called Mari Ushem, though their main objective is the preservation of Mari culture. The Mari number 600,000 people, with 290,000 living in the Mari Republic. So, yeah, the Mari are very nationalistic people, but, I don't think it's for, like, independence. I think it's more of preservation of culture than it is more of, like, we want to be an independent country. Ukraine supports Mari along with the EU. That's why I give it a 4 to 10. I mean, like, the support to the republics varies greatly, like, for their independence and stuff. So, Like, for example, Chechnya gets way more support than the Mari do, but that's neither here nor there, for me at least. International support would be at a 4 for that, and then I gave the population region at a 4 because, I mean, they're not the majority. They haven't been the majority since at least the 70s. It's either the 60s or 70s. They haven't been the majority. It's been a while, so I think it's very unlikely that they get any self-determination in the near future, at least. The state of Meghalaya is a federal subject of India that was separated by the Indian government in 1971 to prevent ethnic violence in the Assam region. After calls from the Kasai and other ethnic minorities of Assam to form a state separate from Assam. A low-level insurgency is ongoing in the region, with many different ethnic groups in Meghalaya taking part. 2.9 million people live in Meghalaya, with the Kazi being the largest ethnic group population-wise living in Meghalaya. Yeah, other than the low-level insurgency, there really isn't anything that, I would say is like big for these guys. Nothing really. That's why I gave it a 0. So yeah. Uzbekistan is a region in Georgia, and they have Anatolian roots. The Meshteki make up about 4% of the population in Uzbekistan, or 95,000 people. Mizoram is a state located in eastern India, which is home to the Mizo people. Mizoram would never really have self-governance, though in 1966 the Mizo National Front, backed by India and China, would start an uprising. Though this uprising lasted less than a month, lasting from February 28th to 1966 to March 25th, the Mizo have a population of 1.4 million, with 1 million Mizo living in India. The other significant population of Mizo live in Burma, with them numbering around 400,000 people. So I gave this a 12 out of 30. They have a political party, the Mizo, but that party only holds 10 seats out of the 40 in their legislative assembly. There's a very large Mizo population in Mizoram, which a lot of Mizo are actually Christian too, so that's why I got a 12 out of 30. Mon are an ethnic group in Burma who used to be one of the major ethnic groups in the region back in the 6th and 7th century. The Mon had many kingdoms that were located in and around modern-day Burma, though by the 19th century this would be all gone when the British would invade the Burmese Empire. The Mon would assist the British in the invasion because the British promised to restore some kind of a Mon kingdom, which this province would never be granted. After Burma was conquered in the Anglo-Burmese Wars, Burma would become a part of the British Raj up until 1947, when the British granted Burma independence. Honestly, beyond this point, in making this video, I'm getting really fed up with the Burmese and Indian stuff because demographic information is nowhere to be found. Oh, well, I'm sure it's out there somewhere, and I'm just not looking in the right place, but Burma and India want this idea of having a nation state, I guess, of people who are completely different from each other. And I'm sure if people from India and Burma see this, they won't be very happy with me, but these people in these regions are different people. They don't, like 99% of the time, they don't even speak the same language. It's very frustrating because it's hard to find any sort of ethnic, like, stuff in their censuses and all this other stuff. They just wanna make it seem like they're all the same, but they're not. They have languages and religion, which I mostly go off of that, but doesn't usually mean that the people there's that many people in the region that are that, but whatever. I am pretty fed up with it, and beyond this, if there's any more Burmese or Indian stuff, I'm not doing this part of the video for them. It's frustrating and I'm tired of it. Mordovia is located in the Volga region of Russia and is the homeland of Mordvins. The region also fell under Mongol rule from 1241 to 1430, where the Khanate of Kazan and other countries local to the area would take over rule of the region after the Mongols. And this rule would last up to 1552, where the Tsardom of Russia would take over. Post-Russian Civil War, the Mordvins would get an okrug called the Mordovian Okrug that would last from 1928 to 1930. After this, they would get an autonomous oblast, and then would become an autonomous republic within the Soviet Union. This would last up to 1993, where they would become a republic within the Russian Federation. Mordvins number 484,000 people, with 333,000 people living in Mordva, the republic that represents the Mordvins in Russia. The separatists who wish for Irzan Mastor, which translates to the land of Irzan. The separatists claimed that Mordvins were made up by people who aren't them. The Irzan and the Makshans being two groups that make up the Mordvin ethnic group. The Russian government has claimed that these groups are not real and promoted by the West. So, national support, I gave a 5 out of 10 because, there is the Idle Ural movement. I believe that also includes Mordvins. There's the other separatist group that doesn't think Mordvins are real and they're actually two separate ethnic groups. Population region was 3 out of 10. They have not been the majority for a while in their own region, so I don't think any independence referendum will get them out of there, so I really do not see them becoming a country for the next little bit, so that's why I give it a 12 out of 30. Mount Lebanon was an emirate that lasted from 1516 and would last up to 1842. Mount Lebanon occupied much of modern-day Lebanon plus parts of Syria. Mount Lebanon would initially be led by the Manid dynasty from 1516 to 1635, then by the Shihab dynasty until 1842. 1842 would see the Ottomans annexing Mount Lebanon. It wouldn't be until post-World War I in 1920 that Greater Lebanon, along with the Alawite state, would be formed as a Northern Lebanon, with it being the Alawite state, and Southern Lebanon being Greater Lebanon. These two colonies would last up until 1943 when Lebanon would combine. This is one of the ones that there's absolutely nothing for, so it's a 0. They have pretty much what they want. Nothing really to add here. The Nenets people are a native Siberian group located within the Yamalo-Nenets Autonomous Okrug, which is in the Ural Federal District. The Nenets Autonomous Okrug. The Nenets people have 3 major subgroups, with them being the Forest Nenets, the Tundra Nenets, and the Izma Komi, which the Izma Komi is a mixture of Nenets and Komi people. The first mention of the Nenets people comes from the Kievan Rus, as stories of them were written into chronicles from authors in the Kievan Rus that discuss the history of the Kievan Rus. 1929, Nenets would get its own okrug in the Soviet Union. It would be combined into the Komi ASSR sometime in the 1930s. The population of the Nenets people is 50,000, with 36,000 Nenets people living in the Yamalo-Nenets Autonomous Oblast. Nenets as a language has roughly 49,000 speakers with two major distinct dialects. Forest Nenets having somewhere in the ballpark of 1,000 speakers, whereas Tundra Nenets has roughly 21,000 speakers. There is as you heard there, I only said there's about 22,000 people with distinct dialects. There's other dialects of Nenets that, there's like a main one, but it's just kind of called Nenets. But yeah, there's other dialects that aren't totally dead, but they're getting there. But yeah, that's all there really is. It's a zero because there really isn't an independence movement there. The Ryukyu Kingdom was a kingdom that lasted from 1429 to 1879. The kingdom would be formed from three different Okinawan kingdoms. The kingdom would be formed as a tributary state of the Ming Dynasty. With it being a tributary state, a big migration of Chinese to Ryukyu would all happen at the request of the Ryukyuan Kingdom. March 1609 would see the invasion of Ryukyu by the Satsuma domain of Japan. Ryukyu, after this, would remain a tributary state of the Ming Dynasty, but would become a vassal of Satsuma. Ryukyu would remain a tributary state of China up until 1875, when the relations would be cut off by Japan. In the final years of the Ryukyu kingdoms, starting in 1872, the Ryukyu would become a domain of Japan. Then by 1879, Japan would fully annex the kingdom, turning Ryukyu into the Okinawa prefecture, where it remains up till this day. After Japan had been in World War II, some Okinawans felt that due to the abuses of the Japanese Empire committed against Okinawans during the war, this started the modern Okinawan independence movement. There would also be a few controversies of American soldiers also not doing great acts against the Okinawan populace, though this would be much fewer than Japanese abuses. Okinawa would have an independence referendum survey conducted in 3 different years from 2005 to 2007 by the University of Ryukyus, with every survey being overwhelmingly no, with each poll being somewhere around 20% yes. There are around 3 million Okinawan people, with 4 million living in Japan, and 1.8 million people living in the Okinawa prefecture. The other 2 million are living in Taiwan, the United States, Brazil, Peru, Argentina, Canada, Mexico, Chile, and the Philippines. There's really nothing else to add here other than that, there's still a small, separatist, sentiment in Okinawa, but I don't think it's really going to go anywhere. It's probably going to remain a part of Japan for a very long time. So, yeah. That's all there is to it. The Pao people are located in the Shan state in Burma and are involved through many different groups, including the Pao National Army and the Pao National Liberation Army, which are currently active groups in the Shan state. There are currently 2.5 million Pao residing in Burma, Thailand, and Cambodia. And like I said before, a lot of this is just covering the same ground as other groups. I'm not doing the second part of this either, so there. I'm just letting you know about these guys. Patani is a province of Thailand which is majority Muslim. The region has been rife with conflict since the early 2000s, with the people in Patani being majority Malaysian. Several separatist rebel groups exist in Patani, including the Patani Islamic Mujahideen movement, which is a group suspected of a 2006 bombing in Hat Yai, Thailand, as well as a 2012 bombing, which they are accused of, that also took place in Hat Yai, which resulted in 16 dead and 321 injured. The Islamic Front of Patani, which has existed since 1947 and was more active in Patani in the 70s and 80s, and the Patani United Liberation Organization, which the group has been active since 1968, and saw it splitting into 3 different fractions, with the previous 2 groups mentioned being presumably the other 2 groups that split off from the original Pulo group. The current Pulo group is still considered the original group, being renamed to Pulo 88 in 1995, and then being renamed back to Pulo at some point. Pulo aims to reform the Patani Sultanate. There are currently 3 million Patani Malay, all residing in Malaysia and Thailand. The Sakha Republic is located within Russia and Siberia, though before it be formed in 1580, the Tsardom of Russia invaded Siberia, which was really just a bunch of different, not really established tribes in the Far East at the time. Russia would fully conquer Siberia in 1778. During the invasion, the Russians would establish the Siberian governorate in 1708. The governorate would last up to 1782, where it would be changed into 3 different governorates, forming notably the Irkutsk government, which had parts of what would become the Sakha Republic. Though the Irkutsk governorate would not be fully formed until 1782, it would be established in 1764. The Irkutsk governorate would last up to 1926. During the Russian Civil War, Yakutia would be formed briefly, before being put down fairly quickly. In 1922, the Soviets would form the Yakut ASSR, which would last up to the end of the Soviet Union in the 1990s, when it would get the name of the Yakutskaya Sakha ASSR briefly. It would only be 1 year later it would get the name of the Sakha Republic. Sakha has had a fairly small separatist movement, with the Free Yakutia movement being the biggest movement. Weirdly enough, Turkey allegedly funds the Free Yakutia movement, though nothing has been substantiated. 500,000 Yakuts resided in 4 different countries, with the only significant population living in Yakutia and Sakha. Currently, Sakha, also called Yakuts, make up 55% of the population of Sakha, with 469,000 Yakuts living in the So, Yakuts make up the most of the population in Sakha. There is a small separatist movement there. I put international support at 3.5 because of the alleged support from Turkey, which has something to do with diamond mines, by the way. So, I don't think it's totally out of the question this could become a country, but I don't think it's exactly very likely due to the diamond mines and all the resources that are within Sakha. It's a very important part of the Russian Federation, so yeah. South Azerbaijan is a largely Azerbaijani part of Iran, with approximately 13 million Azerbaijanis living in Iran. They have 2 major groups that advocate for their independence: the Azerbaijan National Resistance Organization and the Southern Azerbaijan National Awakening Movement. Both groups either advocate for an independent South Azerbaijan or reunification with Azerbaijan. I mean, yeah, Azeris are very nationalistic, so um, yeah, that's why I gave it a 7 out of 10, and population regions an 8 out of 10 because there's 13 million of them. Um, and I would imagine a lot of Azerbaijanis want to be reunited with their homeland in Iran, so uh, considering that Azerbaijan is pretty much a like affiliate of NATO due to Turkey and that war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, Turkey's helping. Um, yeah, I could definitely see this happening. Um, I'm sure some power play will be played by a big country, and Azerbaijan will get that land. So yeah, that's why I gave it a 16 out of 30. South Malacca is located in Indonesia, with them being a province of Maluku. In 1915, when they were then called the Republic of South Maluku, they were invaded by Indonesia. The people at the time who lived on South Maluku were pro-Dutch, even though during the Indian National Revolution, the South Moluccans claimed they no longer felt safe being within Indonesia, as they were within another short-lived country called East Indonesia. And once East Indonesia was defeated on April 21st, 1950, it'd be 5 days later they would separate. Indonesia, not wanting to lose territory, would invade the Republic of South Maluku. The Indonesian invasion would last from September 28, 1950 to November 5, 1950. Indonesia, being successful, would crack down hard on the nationalism of South Moluccans. An insurgency would begin, but it doesn't seem to have lasted very long. The Republic of South Maluku is now a government in exile up to this day. It should be noted that the Dutch promised the Moluccan people that they would get a country, though this promise would never be fulfilled due to the Indonesians running the Dutch out of Indonesia. The Maluku Sovereignty Front is a banned rebel group located in South Moluccas. The MSF was established on June 5, 2000. They haven't been known to commit violent acts, and the most notable thing they've done is fly the banned South Maluku flag. 2.2 million Moluccans live across two countries, with 2.2 million Moluccans living in Indonesia and 70,000 Moluccans living in the Netherlands. I gave it a 1 for international support because I think there's still a little bit of support from the Dutch government for South Maluku. Um, but yeah, the Malaccan people, I think they still support it a little bit too. That's why I gave it such a low score. But yeah, there isn't really a chance in hell that this happens. So yeah, that's all I really got to say about it. The South Turkestan movement is located in Afghanistan and seeks the self-determination of the Turkic people of Afghanistan. The group doesn't seem to have a large capacity, as all of the attacks they've done on the Taliban have been in smaller capacities. This would make sense as the movement was only founded in 2022. I'm going to be honest, there really isn't much to say. This is a relatively new movement, so I'm not going to give it a rating.
So population wise, yeah, I mean, I don't really see this ever becoming a thing. I mean, it's a very lofty goal to get southern Afghanistan, um, especially when your movement isn't that big. I know there's a lot of people who are kind of against the Taliban, but I just don't see this happening. Though there is a little bit of international support, and there's an okay population, but again, I don't really see this happening.
I've already discussed Tuva at length a few times in previous videos, so go to my Russian Civil War video and the Zenhai Revolution video. You'll learn a lot more there about it. Um, so, yeah, Tuva is located in Russia just north of Mongolia. Tuva did achieve recognition as a country from the Soviet Union and Mongolia, though this would be the only two countries to ever recognize the Tuvan People's Republic. In 1944, to put an end to any interest from other countries in Tuva's mining industry, the Soviets would annex Tuva. Tuva remains in the Russian Federation as a republic. Tuva's capital is Kyzyl and is currently the most dangerous city in Russia. Tuvans, which are the people who reside in Tuva, number about 315,000 people across 3 different countries, with those countries being Russia, Mongolia, and China. The Ingish people are descendants of the Nakh, who are an ancient tribe that settled in the northern Caucasus sometime between 10,000 and 8,000 BC. In the time before 900 AD, the Nakh would establish themselves with tribal councils, but nothing too major, with them being conquered by the Khazars in 650 AD. The Alanians would come around 900 AD, conquering much of the northern Caucasus, and being a major competitor in the region at the time. Well, and as you would guess, the Mongol Empire would conquer the kingdom of Alania in 1240 AD, with the Golden Horde taking control after the collapse of the Mongol Empire. 1395, the kingdom of Simsir, which had much control over modern Chechnya and Ingushetia, would become tributaries to the Golden Horde. The Timurids would invade Simsir in the same year that Simsir became a country, and even with the help of the Golden Horde, the kingdom of Simsir would be defeated. Simsir would become a part of the Timurids. The Timurids would collapse in 1507, though, even before the collapse, and previous empires, insurgency was a major problem in the northern Caucasus. And once the Timurids fell, it would once again become more lawless than it was before. It would be in the 1550s that East Circassia, also known as Kadbardia, would begin fighting with Ingish tribes in the region, which would result in the leader of Kadbardia requesting help from the Tsardom of Russia. The fighting with the Ingish would end in 1562, when the Circassians along with local groups attacked and burned down many Ingish settlements. The Ingish would begin to fall under Russian rule in the 1580s, with some Ingish settlements, according to Russian historians, would willingly join the Tsardom of Russia. Throughout the 1800s, the Ingish would resist the occupation of the Tsardom, with the biggest insurgency occurring in 1858, when 5,000 Ingish insurgents would attack Russian forces in what would be called the Nazran Rebellion. Though this wouldn't last long, as the Russians, having way more resources, would crush the rebellion. During the Russian Civil War, the Ingish would find themselves a part of the Mountain Republic, though, as stated before, the Mountain Republic wouldn't last long. After the Mountain Republic would fall, it would become the Mountain ASSR in 1922. In 1924, the ASSR would be broken up, with the Oblasts making up the ASSR becoming their own things within the Russian SFSR, with the Ingish Autonomous Oblast being one of the oblasts being formed. The arrangement of the Ingish Autonomous Oblast would change in 1934, with the USSR forming the Chechen Ingish Autonomous Oblast. During World War II, many Ingish would be deported from Ingushetia and sent to Siberia. With this being done, the North Ossetian, Georgian, and Dagestan ASSRs would gain the territory from the Chechen Ingish ASSR. Though, by 1957, Nikita Khrushchev would permit the return of Ingish and other northern Caucasus peoples who were deported. Thus, the reformation of the Chechen Ingish ASSR would happen in 1957. Though this would be under a slightly different name, with them now being called the Checheno-Ingish ASSR. The arrangement would last up till 1992, when the Ingish chose to not involve themselves in the already ongoing conflict in Chechnya by voting to join the Russian Federation. October 30th, 1992, the Ossetians and Ingish people would begin fighting each other over the Pregorodny district in North Ossetia, which was an Ingish majority part of North Ossetia. The conflict ended with the North Ossetians cleansing the Ingish out of the district. Ingushetia is a republic within the Russian Federation with a population of 509,541 people, with 96.4% of the people being Ingush. The reason I gave this an 18 out of 30 is because, well, not that I think it's super likely that it becomes a country or anything, but I think that, there could be a chance that it does, due to the fast-growing population of Ingush and Chechens in the Northern Caucasus. I believe they are two of the fastest growing populations there are. The Ingush are very nationalistic people too. So you're going to get some people who are outwardly against the government there. They have 96.4% of the population being Ingush. I mean, like, if Russia were to ever collapse, I think we'd see some kind of Ingush country coming out of the ashes of that. But do I think that's likely? No. So, yeah, that's why I give it an 18 out of 30. Tatarstan is a republic located within the Russian Federation that represents the Tatar people. Volga, Bulgaria is the earliest known established Tatar country, with them being formed in 700 AD, lasting to 1238, with this country being a victim of the Mongol Empire and the Golden Horde. It would be in 1438 that the Khanate of Kazan would gain its independence from the Golden Horde, where they would have complete control over the northern Volga region. Though, starting in 1437, Kazan would be at war with the Principality of Moscow in what is now called the Russo-Kazan War. This would last through the formation of the Tsardom of Russia. The war would last 115 years, ending in 1552 with the defeat of Kazan. Though, in the immediate aftermath, there would be a rebellion, though this would only last 4 years with the same result, and with the same result being achieved. The Khanate would remain under the control of the Russians until 1708, when the Russians formed the Kazan Governorate. The Governorate would last up till 1920, when the Bolsheviks would dissolve it, along with the Idel-Ural rebels. The Bolsheviks would then form the Tatarstan Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, with this lasting up to the end of the Soviet Union. During World War II, the Germans would recruit many people from the former Idel-Ural state, with them forming the Idel-Ural Legion. The Germans would promise the reformation of the Idel-Ural state, with them dropping leaflets in the region stating such. The Legion would be formed in 1942, with them reaching a height of 40,000 personnel. The Legion would last up till 1945. Post-World War II, the Tatars would not make any serious attempts at fighting the Soviets, though there would be brief windows in time where there would be a single person or groups of people that would resist their government. Though none of this was significant enough to put a dent into the grip the Soviets had over Tatarstan. August 30th, 1990 saw the Tatar government declaring greater autonomy, forming the Tatar Soviet Socialist Republic. The Tatars would call themselves a sovereign state within the Soviet Union. This would be amended in 1992 with a referendum, with people voting for the complete independence of Tatarstan from Russia. This would only last till 1994, with the Tatars signing a deal with the Russians that would make it so the Tatars and Russians would share rule over the republic. This would last to 2017, with Tatarstan actually being the last republic in the Russian Federation to have this power sharing deal. After the Russian Federation invaded Georgia in 2008, the Tatar government in exile would declare the independence of Tatarstan, but this seemed to have zero effect of the ongoings in Russia. There are currently 4 million people living in the Republic of Tatarstan, with 53% of the population being Tatar. A few organizations represent the independence of Tatarstan, with the two biggest being the Ittifaq Party, with them being founded in 1992, which is led by Fauzia Bayramova, and was actually the first non-communist political party in Tatarstan, and the All-Tatar Public Center, which was founded by the aforementioned Fauzia and Marat Molikev, though it's currently led by Faret Zakiev. So, like I said, this, like in the previous one, I don't think 99% of these are very likely, but I will say for these ones, for these guys, I think it's pretty reasonable to suggest that, they could have a chance at independence. I mean, they had a power sharing deal, the last one to get rid of it. The people of Tatarstan are big advocates for their own independence. It's a popular ideation there, whether it be with the Idle Ural thing or by themselves. They are represented in the Post Nations of Russia Forum in the EU, but I think I've stated before, I don't really think that's a good faith thing. This is more of like a break up Russia thing, and like that's what it's exactly for. It's backed by the Ukrainian government and the EU, so yeah. But yeah, 20 out of 30. Yeah, I think it has a better chance than most. So that's my justification. The Altai people are represented by a republic in Russia called the Altai Republic. Xiongnu would be the first recorded country to take over the Altai region. Their empire would reach from Inner Mongolia to Kyrgyzstan, with Xiongnu being founded sometime in the 3rd century BC, with it lasting to the 1st century AD. Though it seems after the collapse of Xiongnu, the Altai region would seem to fall under tribal rule. It would be in 552 the first Turkic Khaganate would form, where they would gain control over the Altai region, with the empire stretching to the northern Caucasus. The Turkic Khaganate would split up in 603 AD into the western and eastern Turkic Khaganate, with Altai falling under the eastern Turkic Khaganate. 630, the Tang dynasty would conquer the eastern Turkic Khaganate, where it would remain as a buffer state up till 645, where the Tang dynasty would fully conquer it. 682, the second Turkic Khaganate would be established, with it lasting to 744, with them being overthrown by the Uyghur Khaganate in 744. The Uyghur Khaganate would conquer all of modern-day Xinjiang and Mongolia, as well as parts of Russia and China. The Uyghur Khaganate would fall in 840 AD, with the Yenisei Kyrgyz Khaganate taking over. The Yenisei Kyrgyz Khaganate was founded in 539, though there is no information from this time. Though most information about the Khaganate comes from 693, as the first leader of the Khaganate, Bars Khagan. The Khaganate would last to 1207 AD before being conquered by the Mongol Empire, with that being followed by the Golden Horde in 634. The Dzungar Khaganate would take control of Altai, though this would last until 1758. At some point, the Zhongards would fall to the Qing, and the Qing would take control of the region in 757. This would last to 1864 before the Russians would take control of the region. The first and only time I know at a modern attempt at Altai independence would happen in 1918 with the Confederated Republic of Altai during the Russian Civil War. With the Confederated Republic having lofty goals of reestablishing the Dzungar Khanate, though this would fail in 1922 with the Bolsheviks annexing them. After the Bolsheviks annexed the Confederated Republic, the Gorno-Altai Autonomous Oblast would be established. This would last up till 1990 when the Soviet Union turned them into an autonomous republic in the Soviet Union. The Gorno-Altai Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic would last until 1992 before Altai would join the Russian Federation. The Altai Republic currently contains 210,000 people, with Altaians making up 37% of the population. So this is one of these cases where there's more international support than there's actually support in Altai for an independent Altai. I would actually say more support goes to a reuniting the Mongol sphere than there is a actual support of independent Altai. They seem to be represented in the Post Nations Russia Forum, but I don't know if that was just they're not actually. In my research, it's just proposed by them. There's no one that actually goes to these meetings and represents Altai, it seems. Yeah. So, there's a little bit support for an independent Altai. I've seen some things online, but it's nothing I would be blown away by. So yeah, that's why I gave it a 9 out of 30. Ossetia is a region that spans Russia and Georgia, with the Russian side having North Ossetia and South Ossetia as a disputed territory in Georgia. The Alanians would be the first to establish a country in the Ossetia area with the aforementioned Kingdom of Alania. The Mongol Empire and the Golden Horde would control the area up till the 1300s, when the Timurids would occupy the Ossetia region in the late 1300s. This control would last up till the 1500s, when the Safavids would take control in the region. Then finally, in 1774, the Russians would take control of parts of Ossetia. In 1801, the kingdom of Kartil-Kakheti, which was a Georgian kingdom, would be annexed by the Russian Empire, with the Russians getting the remaining Ossetian territory out of that. This would remain this way up till April 22nd, 1918, when the Transcaucasian Democratic Federative Republic, which was a briefly de facto independent country from the Russian Civil War that incorporated Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. The TDFR would fail due to infighting, with Georgia leaving on May 26 and Armenia and Azerbaijan leaving 2 days later. Though, after the fall of the TDFR, an insurgency of Ossetians would begin, due to the treatment of Ossetians by the Georgian government. The Bolsheviks would back the Ossetians in the uprising. The Georgians would end up defeating the uprising in 1920. Though, after the uprising, the Bolsheviks would successfully invade Georgia, with them forming the North Ossetia Autonomous Oblast in 1924, which would last until 1936, which was directly administered by the Russian SFSR. After 1936, the North Ossetian Autonomous Oblast would become the North Ossetian Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, which would last up to the end of the Soviet Union, with them joining the Russian Federation in 1993, where it would become North Ossetia Alania. North Ossetia currently has 687,357 people, with 68.1% of the people being Ossetian. The current head of North Ossetia is Sergei Menyelo, with him assuming office on April 9th, 2021. He is also associated with United Russia. The North Ossetian capital is Vladikavkaz, which has a population of 306,000. Vladikavkaz was founded on May 6, 1784. South Ossetia would become an autonomous oblast within the Georgian SSR in 1922. It would remain this way up till 1990, when South Ossetia declared independence, which they would gain through a series of conflicts with Georgia. South Ossetia also goes by the name of the state of Alania. South Ossetia is currently recognized by 5 UN member states, with those being Russia, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Nauru, and Syria. South Ossetia has a population of 56,520 people living in it, with 89.9% of the population being Ossetian. The president of Ossetia is Alen Gagolev, who is associated with the political party Nikaz, with him assuming office on May 24, 2022. So I gave this a 22 out of 30 because honestly, South Ossetia, despite its disputed recognition, to me is a country. I know that's kind of controversial, but to me it is. Because one, Georgia has no control over this region, and they won't for the foreseeable future. Two, the Ossetian population is very nationalistic, and they do not want to be a part of Georgia. So I do think it's very likely that, whether it's North Ossetia, South Ossetia, or even both combining with each other, I do think it's very likely that we'll see some kind of Ossetian country in the future. Like I said, whether that's south or north, I'm not sure, but I think it's pretty likely. And that's why I gave it a 22 out of 30. Abkhazia is a disputed territory in Georgia and is home to the Abkhaz people. The first semblance of a state in and around Abkhazia was the Kolchis, which was a Greek-led state from the 13th century BCE. The Kolchi would be a confederation of Kolchian tribes, with their borders not changing a whole lot until 750 BCE, when the Kolchi would invade the neighboring tribal confederation of the Diahuhe. Though their success would be short-lived when the kingdom of Urartu would successfully invade Kolchi. Kolchi would remain under the rule of Urartu until the Scythians would invade in 720 BCE, with the rule lasting to sometime in the 300s BCE. The Kolchis would not be ruled once again until 70 BCE, when the kingdom of Pontus invaded. Then finally in 131 AD, the kingdom of Kolchis would be de-established. The same year, the kingdom of Lazica would be established as a vassal of the Roman Empire. It also pretty much shared the same borders as the kingdom of Kolchi. It would fall under the Byzantine Empire after the collapse of Rome, but it would then fall under the Sasanian Empire in 541, though this would last to 548 after a war was fought over the vassalized kingdom, with Byzantium regaining the kingdom. Lazica would last to 697 AD. The kingdom of Abkhazia would come in 778, though it would be a principality under the Byzantine Empire. The kingdom of Abkhazia would unify with the kingdom of Georgia in 1008. Though this arrangement would last till 1490, when the kingdom of Georgia would split up into 4 different kingdoms. Abkhazia would end up under the kingdom of Imereti, with it being a principality under Imereti. Imereti would become a vassal of the Ottomans in 1555, then a vassal of the Russian Empire in 1804. Imereti would last until 1810, where Abkhazia would be a disputed territory between the Ottomans and the Russians. The Russians would take full control in 1864. Though, in 1866, the Abkhazian people would attempt a revolt against the Russian rule, though this would fail. Abkhazia during the Russian Civil War would find the people forming the Abkhaz National Council within Georgia. The Abkhaz National Council would then organize an uprising with the Abkhaz National Council declaring independence on March 8, 1918, though the Abkhaz Republic would only last 42 days. Another revolt would take place on March 4, 1921, with the Abkhaz declaring independence on the same day. The Bolsheviks would take the opportunity to invade and annex both Abkhazia and Georgia. After the invasion of Georgia and Abkhazia, the Bolsheviks would establish the Socialist Soviet Republic of Abkhazia, which this arrangement of a self-governing Abkhazia within the Soviet Union would change in 1931, when the Soviets let the Georgian SSR administer the region, changing Abkhazia to an autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, with the autonomous status lasting to 1990, when Abkhazia would declare its sovereignty from Georgia. Then 2 years later, it would declare its independence in 1992. Georgia and Abkhazia have been tied up in an ongoing conflict since 1989, and was part of the reason Russia invaded Georgia in 2008. Abkhazia's population is currently 244,236 people, with 52% of the population being Abkhaz. The president of Abkhazia is Aslan Bizania, who assumed office on April 23, 2020. The capital of Abkhazia is Sukhumi, which was founded sometime in the 6th century BCE, with it only achieving city status in 1848. The population of Sukhumi is 65,439. So, this has the same international support as South Ossetia, or just Ossetia, or whatever you want to call it. Do I think Abkhazia has a better chance than Ossetia? No, that's why I gave it a lower score. Due to their population, they don't have other populations of people elsewhere. Large populations, I should say. So I do think that Abkhazia being de facto independent basically just makes it a country anyways, but will it ever achieve that status of being a country recognized by outside forces? I don't think that matters, but I don't think it's ever going to be a UN recognized country. I don't think they're going to ever achieve that recognition. I should have mentioned that in the Ossetia thing, but yeah, Abkhazia and Ossetia are basically countries anyways right now. Georgia can't really do anything about it, so yeah. I gave this a lower score due to Abkhazia's population not being as big. And, there's going to be more resistance to the idea of Abkhazia being completely independent. So, yeah. That's why I gave it a 19 out of 30. Ladakh is a part of the Kashmir region in northern India and has a large Sino-Tibetan population called the Ladakhi. The first kingdom that I know of that occupied Ladakh was Zhangzhung, with them being established in 500 BCE, lasting to 625 AD. The Kushan Empire also occupied parts of Ladakh and was established in 30 AD and occupied the Ladakh region sometime in the 1st century. The Kushan Empire would fall in 375 AD. The Ladakh/Tibet region would then come under the control of the Tibetan Empire in 618 AD, with Tibet fragmenting and dissolving in 842. Ladakh would self-rule after the fragmentation of Tibet, with it becoming the Namgyal dynasty in 1460, with it lasting to 1842, with them joining the Jammu Kashmir state in 1846, with Ladakh and the Kashmir area fully joining India in 1952. Ladakh's population is currently sitting somewhere above 300,000 people. Ladakh has been calling for its independence since the 1930s, with the biggest Ladakhi independence movement being called the Ladakh Nationalist Movement. So, yeah, I did receive recent news stories of Ladakhis holding protests, calling for their independence of Ladakh. The Indian government has been moving their main population, the Hindus, into these areas to, kind of in this Hindufication of India. They're trying to turn it into a nation state. So, yeah, I don't really have much hope for Ladakh. China and India have been fighting some conflict over it for the last whoever knows how long. So, yeah, that's why I gave it a 13 out of 30. The Adal Sultanate would be founded in 1415 and first led by Sadr ad-Din III, who was in exile in Yemen because of a previous conflict. Upon his return, he would be proclaimed the Sultan of Adal, where he would decisively defeat the Ethiopians, capturing what would become their capital, Dakar. No one actually knows where their first capital was, but their capital was moved in 1520 to Harar by Sultan Abu Bakr ibn Muhammad due to cultural reasons. 1529 would see the Adal Sultanate under Sultan Ahmed ibn Ibrahim al-Ghazi attempt to conquer all of the Ethiopian highlands. This would brazenly fail despite having been backed by local power, the Ottoman Empire. Adal didn't outright lose, but the fighting would end in a stalemate in 1543. 7 years after the end of the war in the Ethiopian highlands, the Ethiopian Empire would successfully annex the majority of the territory in the Adal Sultanate. They would last 9 more years before they would be totally annexed. The Imamate of Asa would immediately follow the Sultan of Adal in 1577. Not a whole lot is known about the Imamate, but it did have an ethnic conflict between the Arab and Harla groups in 1647, the Harlas separating from the Imamate. Asa would turn into a sultanate in 1734. The Sultanate of Asa would come about when previous Harla-led dynasties would be overthrown by the Maido clan, which was a powerful family within Ethiopia and Asa. 1865 would see Italy buying the city of Aseb from the Sultanate, which also came with Asa becoming a protectorate of Italy. This would come to bite them in 1936, where the Italians would annex Asa, with them becoming a part of the Italian Empire. They would not gain independence after Ethiopia was freed from Italy after World War II. In the modern day, Asa is now referred to as Afar, with the Afar people being 90% of the population. The population of Afar is 1.8 million people, with 95% of the population being Muslim. The capital of Afar is Samarra. The governor of Afar is Awol Arba. The kingdom of Ankoli was founded by the Bantu tribe Banya Ankoli. The Ankoli kingdom would be a part of another kingdom called the Empire of Kitara. In 1478, the kingdom of Ankoli would quickly expand to encompass a large part of what is now southern Uganda. Not much is documented about the ongoing events within the region at the time, but they were a large presence within the region. The kingdom during its existence had multiple different ethnic groups within their borders, and much ethnic conflict would go on during the existence of their kingdom. A lot of this was done through the banning of owning cattle for some ethnic groups, particularly the Iru, as it was seen as a symbol of wealth and strength to own cattle within the kingdom. This would lead to most of the ethnic conflict within the kingdom. 1901 would see the British coming into the region and turning the kingdom into a protectorate. The kingdom of Ankoli would last up to 1967, when a newly independent Uganda would be given Ankoli by the British, and there would be officially be abolished. As of 2023, there are elements of separatism in Ankoli, with them even still having a king despite their abolition. It was Charles Reweb Ish Ngaye. Ankoli itself has been split up into 10 different districts within Uganda, and the movement for the kingdom is very local to specific areas of the former Ankoli. The Ashanti region has a small but active separatist movement in Ghana, represented by the Akan people. The Ashanti region was home to the beginning of the Ashanti Empire, which was started by Oti Akintan, who incorporated Ashanti communities to fight other Akan groups in the region at the time. Though initially they would be tributaries to another group of Akan, this would later sour. In 1670, Osei Tutu I would be coronated as king of the Ashanti Empire. Under Osei, they would conquer much of modern-day Ghana. It would be over the next centuries that the Ashanti Empire would expand, although it brought small gains and trading gold, slaves, and ivory to the Portuguese. It would be in 1870 that the British would make contact with the empire through traveler Thomas Bowditch. 6 years later, in 1823, the British would invade the Ashanti Empire. The fighting would last 8 years with intermittent fighting, with a peace treaty being signed in 1831. There would be 4 more wars between the Ashanti Empire and the British until the British finally wore them down enough in 1900 to establish them as a protectorate of the British Empire. Though a few uprisings would happen after the annexation of the empire. It wouldn't be until 1935 they would regain their independence. This would last until 1957, where they would enter a state union with Ghana. The Ashanti region is located in southern Ghana and has a population of 5 million people. 94.2% of the people in the Ashanti region are from the Akan ethnic group and speak the Akan language. The primary religion practiced in the region is Catholicism. Parts of the political structure of the Ashanti Empire still remain in the region, as the Asantehene, the empire's leadership title, still used in a symbolic sense, as Osei Tutu II is the current Asantehene. Separatism in the region is small but active, due to the remaining political structure. Ambazonia is an English-speaking part of French-majority Cameroon. There is an ongoing conflict between English Ambazonian rebels and the Cameroonian government over the government language in the region being French. The people in these regions are very anti-French speaking. Conflict would start in 2017 after a series of protests in Cameroon's English-speaking regions. The rebel groups would form the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. The Ambazonian Defense Force would be the main rebel group fighting against the Cameroonian government. The Ambazonian Governing Council, which was formed in 2013, deployed the ADF to the region, where a series of skirmishes would begin to break out between the ADF and the Cameroonian military, with the ADF getting the better of most of the skirmishes. It would be in the same month that the Cameroonian military carried out a massacre during a protest on September 22nd, killing 5 Ambazonians. By the end of 2017, 13 different skirmishes between the ADF and Cameroonian armed forces had broken out. 2018 began with many leaders in the Ambazonian movement being arrested in Nigeria and sent back to Cameroon for prosecution. 2018 saw a few skirmishes and a prison break where the ADF would free 163 inmates from the prison. In 2019, Ambazonian separatists would kidnap prominent Cameroonian political leader John Fru Nidi, who was the leader of the Social Democratic Front. The separatists would demand he withdraw all SDF legislators, which John would refuse. Eventually, his kidnappers would release him unharmed. 2020 saw the Cameroonian armed forces carrying out a massacre of Anglophones in the town of Houm. Around 22 people died in the massacre. September 2020 saw the beginning of Operation Bamenda Clean, which is an ongoing operation to snuff out Anglophone insurgents in Bamenda, which is a city in the northwest region of Cameroon. May 2021, the Cameroonian armed forces carried out Operation Bui Clean, which would end in June 2021, with Cameroonians claiming victory, though evidence shows otherwise, as Ambazonian rebels are still operating in the area. June 2022 saw another major massacre taking place, with Cameroonian soldiers killing 9 people who were Anglophones. The same month would see a response from the Ambazonian Defense Force, where they would go into the town of Malin, located in the southwest region of Cameroon, killing 32 people. November 2023 would see the Ambazonian Defense Force responding to an ADF member being killed. The ADF would kill more than 30 people in Mempha, located in the southwest region. The Anglophone community in Cameroon numbers about 3 million people, which makes up about 10% of the population in Cameroon. Azawad is a de facto independent state currently in Mali, but claims parts of Algeria, Niger, and Mauritania. Azawad represents the Tuareg people. The Gao Empire, which is located in northern Mali, would be founded sometime in the 7th century AD, and it would use Gao as its capital. It would be conquered by the rapidly growing Mali Empire in 1430. It would be in the same year the Songhai Empire would emerge and gain its independence from Mali and become a regional power, controlling the region militarily and economically. At the Songhai Empire's height, it controlled much of the southern Sahara region, along with controlling portions of the southern part of West Africa. The Songhai Empire would find itself being invaded by the Sadians, a competing empire in the region. Pashalik of Timbuktu would be the thing that came after the Songhai Empire. With that, it would become the governor of Morocco in 1591 and would last up to 1612. By this point, the Tuareg Empire would find themselves controlling the region under the Moroccans, as during vassalization of Timbuktu, it would become a Tuareg tributary in 1787, after the Tuaregs took the city of Gao. Timbuktu would later be absorbed into the Caliphate of Hamdoullah. The Caliphate would be led by the Tuareg people. The Caliphate would exist up till 1862 before it would be annexed by the Tokalaur Empire. The Tokalaur Empire would last up to 1893 due to the French annexing it. Under French occupation, most of West Africa would be at this point. The Tuaregs would revolt in what would become the Khaoussin Revolt. In 1916, with the help of the Ottoman allies, the Senussi Order, which was a house within Libya at the time, the rebellion would be crushed in just a year, with the French emerging victorious. 1962 would see Mali, that had only gained independence in 1960, fighting a rebellion in northern Mali. Mali would heavily outnumber the Tuareg guerrillas, in which the fighting would last 2 years before the rebellion would be crushed. In 1990, the concept of an Azawad state would be formed, with the Arab Islamic Front of Azawad, the Popular Movement of the Liberation of Azawad, and the United Movements of the Fronts of Azawad. Fighting would also be happening in Niger between the government groups and several Tuareg groups by the names of Front for the Liberation of Air and Azawak, and the Front for the Liberation of Tamoust, as well as a few smaller coalitions of Tuareg groups in Niger. The fighting would last for 5 years before the government of Mali and Niger would find peace with these groups. 2007 would see another rebellion occurring. This time, the fighting would mostly happen in northern Niger, with the Niger Movement for Justice, the Front of Forces for Rectification, and the Niger Patriotic Front, all fighting the Niger government. While in Mali, remnants of the previously mentioned Azawad movements would form the Democratic Alliance for Change. The fighting would last for 2 years, and most of the fighting surrounding Azawad would take place in Mali. Beyond this point, 2012 would see Azawad successfully fighting for de facto independence from Mali. The Movement for the National Liberation of Azawad would act as their military. They would also get help from the Islamic terrorist group Al-Qaeda. This would last up till 2023, where the fighting would once again be renewed, but the Mali armed forces would significantly weaken the MNLA by capturing the biggest city they held, which was Kidal. The Tuareg people number about 4 million across 6 countries, with those countries being Niger, who has the biggest population of 2.8 million, Mali with 704,000, Burkina Faso with 406,000, Algeria with 150,000, Libya with 175,000, and Nigeria with 30,000. The Azores is a series of islands off the coast of Portugal. It currently has a population of 236,000 people. The Azores is predominantly Christian. Separatism in the Azores is a very small movement within the islands. The biggest group that advocates for independence is the Azore Liberation Front, which has used less than desirable tactics to try and gain independence. The group spawned from the Carnation Revolution that took place in Portugal. The revolution did reach the Azores, but it wasn't on a very big scale, though the 70s and 80s was their heyday. The Azore Liberation Front, as of right now, currently has 100 members. Along with that, they were known to commit terror attacks though the group is no longer pursuing violent means. Bamileke is a separatist region of Cameroon that incorporates a part of southwestern Cameroon. Bamileke represents the Bamileke people. As the European nations were decolonizing in the 50s and 60s, the Bamileke people found themselves in conflict with the French government in Cameroon. The Bamileke people wanted self-determination along with other groups. The French ended the fighting, but would give Cameroon self-determination in 1964 under the guise of Cameroon being a pro-French state. The modern day, the Bamileke people consist of 8 million people, with the Bamileke National Movement being the main national independence movement for them. Barotseland is a kingdom that encompasses the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Zambia, Angola, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Namibia. Barotseland does not have a founding date, as the people who founded it, the Lozi people, did not keep records, though what is spoken is that Queen Mbai Wamwamboa founded the kingdom. It would be in 1845 that Barotseland would be conquered by the Makolo, which is a tribe from Lesotho. Sometime after this point, Barotseland would become a protectorate of the British Empire, though by the time Barotseland would be decolonized, the countries that encompassed the Barotseland area would all have their independence. Though attempts have been made in the time of the dissolution of the kingdom for the reformation of Barotseland, all these attempts would fail. Bakassi is a region of Cameroon that is home to the Oran people. Bakassi has a separatist movement called the Bakassi Movement for Self-Determination, with the group declaring Bakassi's independence twice. The first time in 2006, which absolutely went nowhere. The second time was in 2008 and resulted in the mysterious death of the leader of the Bakassi movement.
Biafra is a region of southeastern Nigeria which was briefly a republic from 1967 to 1970. Biafra's independence came as a result of the Nigerian government persecuting the Igbo population, which is the main population of Biafra. This would be done through pogroms against the Igbo. Biafra, for its entire existence, would be under conflict with the Nigerian government. The Biafrans would get the support of the French due to the French wanting to gain hold on the oil in the region. Biafra's attempt at full independence would fail, with the government going into exile, though they would continue their fight through the Biafran Liberation Army. Bioko is an island off the coast of Cameroon that belongs to Equatorial Guinea. The island is home to the Bubi people. Bioko has a separatist political party called the Movement for the Self-Determination of Bioko Island, which the party got banned due to the government not taking kindly to them. Cabinda is an enclave that is a part of Angola that was initially called Portuguese Congo when the Portuguese colonized it. Cabinda is currently in the midst of a war with the Angolan government over their independence. The group leading the resistance to the Angolan government is the Front for the Liberation of the Enclave of Cabinda, which was founded in 1963, have been known to ambush Angolan military convoys, though this went bad one time on January 8, 2010, when an offshoot of the FLEC ambushed a convoy that happened to have the Togolese national football team, with a few members of the team being killed. Cabinda's population as of 2020 is 739,182.
Cape Province is located in southwestern South Africa and is home to many different kinds of people, with it being one of the most diverse provinces in South Africa, though it seems to be headed by the Afrikaner population in the region, which have led to accusations of racism about their independence movement. The modern Cape movement was founded off of a Facebook group that grew to a decent size, and from there it grew into, at one point, the majority of the country supporting the independence of Cape Province. with 58.4% of the population supporting its independence in August of 2023. Though, as of May 2024, that number dropped to 35% of Cape Province's population. 2009 saw Jack Miller forming the Cape Independence Party, which currently holds 2 of the 231 seats in the Cape Town Council. The party had also participated in the 2009 and 2019 election, though they both achieved an insignificant amount of votes both times. Though in 2024, the Freedom Front Plus Party, the Referendum Party, which was formed in the previous year, and the National Colored Congress, which were all pro-independence political parties running in the Cape provincial election, though they would all achieve little success, though Freedom Front Plus and the National Colored Congress had picked up a few seats from the election. One of the main arguments for Cape's independence is that they are culturally distinct from the rest of South Africa due to their main language being Afrikaans. Cyrenaica is the western region of Libya and was once called the Ottoman Tripolitania. The Ottomans would take control of the region in 1551 after they besieged the city of Tripoli, taking it from the Knights of St. John. Through the 1700s and 1800s, Tripolitania had somewhat become rogue within the Ottoman Empire and became somewhat of a pirate economy, which would result in them releasing themselves of control of the Ottoman in the 1790s. By 1835, the Ottomans would oust the Karamanli dynasty, which had controlled Tripolitania since 1711, and introduced the Senussi dynasty to control the region. By 1911, Ottoman Libya and Cyrenaica, aka the Senussi order, would be at war with the Italians. The Ottomans would face defeat from the Italians, and Italy would gain control of Cyrenaica and Libya. During World War I, the Ottomans, wanting their possessions back, would begin fighting in Libya, though this wouldn't have much success, but the Senussi order would find themselves fighting a guerrilla war in Libya. Though, by the end of World War I, the insurgency had been snuffed out. 1949 saw the brief existence of the Emirate of Cyrenaica, even getting recognition from the United Kingdom. It would only last until 1951, where it would combine with Tripolitania and Fezzan to form Libya. 1969 saw Gaddafi overthrowing the Senussi dynasty in Cyrenaica due to the dissent in the region. As of 2012, the Cyrenaica Transitional Council exists as one of the many governments claiming control in Libya, still being led by a member of the Senussi dynasty, Ahmed al-Senussi. Over the last 10 years, a decent amount of calls for Cyrenaica to become an independent nation from Libya, but none of these calls have been acknowledged by the wider media. Darfur is a western region in Sudan and is home to 11,772,520 people. Darfur is home to the Darfuri people, which are made up of many different tribes, more specifically the Fur, the Masalit, and the Zagawa. People which are people who are currently being persecuted by the Sudanese government via an ongoing genocide and conflict. The Darfur region is in the midst of a war that started on February 26, 2003, with the government of Sudan accusing what was then called the Darfur Liberation Movement, now called the Sudanese Liberation Movement, of carrying out attacks on the non-Arab population of Darfur. The government would then start carrying out cleansings of people in Darfur. The conflicts in Darfur would last up till 2020, with most of the rebel groups signing a peace deal with the Sudanese government. There is currently an ongoing war with this new conflict, the Sudanese Civil War, which has seen major fighting in Darfur's southern region. The biggest separatist group that represents Darfuri separatism is the Sudanese Liberation Movement, which belongs to the Sudanese Revolutionary Front, which is also headed by Darfuris. The SLM has an estimated size of around 10 to 20,000 people. Kabylia is a region of northern Algeria which is home to a subset of Berbers called the Kablis. The Kabli people are opposed to the Arabization of Algeria and have suffered in the process. In 1980, due to the suppression of the Berber culture and language in Algeria, the Berber Spring would be caused. The Algerians would respond by killing 128 people and injuring thousands more during the riots and protests. In 2001, the Kablis would once again take to the streets due to the Arabization policy of Algeria, though this time the Kablis would get what they want in that Algeria withdrew their forces from Kablia, and Berber languages would be recognized as national languages. There are currently 6 million Kabli people residing in 3 different countries, with 5 million Kabli people living in Algeria, another million living in France and Canada, and Canada has 37,000 Kablis. The Kablis have 2 bodies that represent them, with the Kabli Provisional Government acting as the government in exile, which was formed in 2010 in Paris, France, and the Movement for the Self-Determination of Kabli, which is the biggest political organization that represents them. Rif is a northern region of Morocco, which was marred by conflict from the mid-1910s to the mid-1920s. The Republic of Rif was formed on September 18, 1921, with this being the beginning of a revolt against the French and Spanish colonizers. The revolt would be led by Abdi el-Karim, which initially the revolt would have some success in which they would ambush Spanish forces, catching them off guard, though these successes would not last. A major problem that the Rifians had was that they never had enough guns to supply the Spanish estimated 80,000 strong Rifian army. The Spanish would end up destroying the Rifian forces in 1926. Reunion is a French overseas department that has a small separatist movement within it. The separatist movement is headed by the Communist Party of Reunion, which has a seat in the Senate and European Parliament. Somaliland is currently an unrecognized de facto independent state in Africa, though their origins come from the 1884 British colonization of the area, establishing the area as a protectorate of the British Empire. This would last till 1940 when the Italians invaded British Somaliland successfully. The Italians would hold on to Somaliland up till 1941 when the British liberated the region. June 26, 1960, the British would grant independence to Somaliland, though this would only last up till July 1, 1960. This union would widely be rejected by the people of Somaliland due to Somaliland and the rest of Somalia being unified under 2 different Union Acts. The Republic of Somalia would present a referendum to confirm that the people of Somalia wanted to be united to be a united country, which would be successful in almost all of Somalia. A sizable majority of the people in Somalia would reject the union, though most people boycotted the referendum altogether, with only 100,000 people voting and with 60% of those people rejecting the union. 24 junior officers of the Somali military would even attempt a coup on the local Somaliland government, though this would immediately fail. 17 years later, on April 10, 1978, the Somali rebellion would begin due to the Somali Democratic Republic's clan-based persecution of people. Syed Barre, who was the leader of the SDR, would persecute the clans he viewed as rebellious or against the government. The Somali National Movement was one of the groups that formed out of the attacks on the Isaac people, in which the SDR would kill somewhere between 50 to 200,000 people over the course of the conflict. 1981, the Somali National Movement would begin the war for independence. The SNM would eventually gain de facto independence from Somalia in 1991. Somaliland has gained recognition from one country, which would be Taiwan, along with Ethiopia also planning to recognize Somaliland as a country, with Somaliland to lease a port and 20-kilometer stretch of land to Ethiopia for 20 years. Ethiopia has offered Somaliland a stake in the Ethiopian Airlines if the agreement goes. Ethiopia will be the second country and the first UN state to recognize Somaliland. Somalia has threatened a war with Ethiopia if this happens. Somaliland currently has a population of 5.7 million people, with the Isaac people making up 66% of the population. Despite being Swedish, Åland does not belong to Finland. Åland's autonomy in Finland was a long and winding road, as it was once a part of Sweden before being handed over to Finland in 1809 after the Treaty of Fredriksholm. That put an end to the Finnish War in 1809. Åland has a population of 30,129 people, and 70.5% of its population belongs to the Lutheran Church. Åland has a fairly small separatist movement, with the biggest organization for separatism is the Future of Åland, with them getting 666 votes in the 2019 parliamentary election. The people of Åland mainly speak Swedish, with it being Åland's official language. Åland is currently an autonomous region of Finland. Alsace-Lorraine is a majority German part of France and remains a flashpoint of tension between German and French nationalists. Germans had taken Alsace-Lorraine from the French in 1871 after the Franco-Prussian War to form the German Empire. Alsace would remain a part of Germany up until 1918 after the Treaty of Versailles, where it would be given back to the French. Though a day before the end of World War I, communist insurgents in Alsace would proclaim the Alsace-Lorraine Soviet Republic on November 10, 1918. It would last 12 days, up before the French would occupy and annex the territory. Alsace would be annexed by Germany in 1940 after the Germans had invaded France in World War II. This would last once again to the end of the war, with the Germans losing World War II, and the French would once again have Alsace given back to them. After 1945, Alsace would become a territorial collectivity of 2 departments within France. This would last up to 2016, where it would become the Grand Est, which would include 10 departments plus the original 2 in Alsace. 2021 would see the same 2 departments being formed back into a collectivity. As of 2023, the population of Alsace is 1.921 million, with 69.9% of the people being Alsatian, as well as speaking the Alsatian German dialect. 70% of people in Alsace are Catholic. Basque is a region of Spain located in the northern Iberian Peninsula. The spoken language of Basque is Basque, with the language being completely endemic to the region. The Basque people are mentioned as far back as the Romans. The Basque also had a country called the Kingdom of Navarre in 824 AD, which Navarre was independent for a time, with a civil war / series of blood feuds in 1471 would lead to the Castile and Aragon kingdoms taking the opportunity to invade Navarre, with much of eastern Navarre being annexed. The Kingdom of Navarre would be annexed by the French and Spanish in 1841. 1959 would see the start of the Basque conflict due to strong desire of the Basque people wanting their independence. The conflict would be headed by the Basque National Liberation Movement for the entire length of the conflict. The conflict would end in 2011. The Basque people consist of 3 million people, with 2,410,000 living in Spain and 239,000 living in France. Bavaria is located in southern Germany and was a kingdom from 1806 to 1918. The Kingdom of Bavaria started as an electorate of the Holy Roman Empire in 1806. Though, in the same year, it would end up as a part of the short-lived Rhine Confederation, which consisted of a few other German states. The Rhine Confederation would be dissolved in 1813, and 2 years later, Bavaria would join the German Confederation as a state in 1815. This would last up to 1866, where it would be later in 1871 that the Kingdom of Bavaria would join the German Empire. This would last up to 1866. It would later be in 1871 that the Kingdom of Bavaria would join the German Empire. This would last up to 1918 when the German Revolution would happen. In 1918, with the formation of the People's State of Bavaria. That would last to 1919 and would fall under Weimar Germany. Bavaria remains under German rule up to the present day. The reasons for Bavarian separatism in the current day is because Bavaria is the richest part of Germany. Bavaria is historically a Catholic region of Germany, which has been Protestant. Bavaria being located in southern Germany makes them, different from the northern Germans. So, yeah. Brittany is located on the west coast of France and is home to the Breton people. Bretons are considered Celtic and are descended from Cornish people who fled Britain during the Germanic settlement of the British Isles. Bretons speak Breton and Gallo. Breton is a dying language, going from 1 million people speaking Breton to 210,000 people speaking Breton in the modern day. Gallo is an Indo-European language, which is also in the same state as the Breton language, with somewhere around 191,000 speakers of Gallo remaining. The Kingdom of Brittany was founded on August 22nd, 851, when Brittany fought and won a war against the Kingdom of France, achieving Brittany's independence. France would annex the Kingdom of Brittany in 931, reforming Brittany into a duchy. The Duchy of Brittany would last to 1547, when Brittany would fully unite with France. Autonomy would continue to the 18th century and would come to an end when Louis XVI would dissolve the Breton Parliament to strengthen his claim to the crown. The 1910s would see a revitalization of the Breton national movement when the Breton Nationalist Party was formed, along with many Breton politicians and authors beginning to speak of a Breton nation. A lot of this came from what the Bretons thought of restrictive language policies. The 1920s would see many of the people who were a part of the Breton Nationalist Party joining the Breton Regionalist Group, where it wouldn't take long before they would start printing newspapers promoting Breton nationalism. The Breton Regionalist Group would remain somewhat popular with the Bretons, but in the modern day there are several groups that advocate for the independence of Brittany. Odsov is a pro-independence Breton group that claims to be of a third positionist standing, though the group has been considered inactive since 2016. Though it does seem the group has been doing things since then. The Breton Party, which is a pro-EU party, the Brittany Movement and Progress, which is a socialist Breton regionalist party, the Breton Democratic Union, that is less of an independence party and more of a greater autonomy party who's also pro-EU, and MGAN, which was more of a disruptor than a political party. The Breton Liberation Front also existed, but this was more about fighting for their independence, committing terrorist acts on parts of France in a bid to separate Brittany from France. 1969 would see French authorities arresting 60 members of the Breton Liberation Front, but all of them would get brief sentences because upon the arrest, many Bretons viewed their arrests as a way to crack down on Breton separatism. The BLF would last till sometime in the 1990s, but by the end of the 90s, the Breton Revolutionary Army had already taken over in popularity. The thing they were most known for is for bombing a McDonald's on April 19th, 2000. In the previous year, 1999, the BRA would do a successful heist of the explosive material Titadine 30, which would be used in the 2000 attack. After the attack, many Bretons stopped supporting the group due to the attack on the innocent people. Bretons today have a population of about 7 million people, with 3.3 million of those people residing in Brittany. Catalonia is located in the northeastern part of Spain and is home to the Catalan people. Before Catalonia was a principality in 1173, the Catalonia would be made up of a bunch of different countries that would be a part of various different empires. The principality would be founded with the crown of Aragon, where it would become a realm. The realm status would remain when the monarchy of Spain would take over in the 1600s, and when the realm had a personal union with the French in the 1640s. The Principality of Catalonia would end, becoming several provinces in what is now modern Catalonia, with them being Barcelona, Girona, Lleida, and Tarragona. The first organized movements of the Catalan separatism movement began in the 1920s with the political party Estat Català, or the Catalan State in English. Estat Català would join forces with another big Catalonian separatist party in 1931 to proclaim the Catalan Republic. This would happen after Spanish dictator Primo de Rivera would step down and elections would happen, and the left-wing Catalan parties, which were largely pro-independence, would get a large majority of the votes in Catalonia. The Catalan Republic would last from April 14, 1931 to April 17, 1931. This was due to the Catalan Republic striking a deal with the current Spanish government that would give them greater autonomy in Spain. August 2, 1931, the Catalonian government would hold a Statute of Autonomy referendum which would basically give Catalonia more freedoms to govern themselves, which was overwhelmingly voted for, with 99.4% of the population of Catalonia voting in favor of. Though, once the Spanish Civil War, which was a conflict between communist and fascist governments, started in 1936 and ended in 1939, ended in fascist victory, the autonomy of Catalonia would be taken away. It would be in 1979 when Francisco Franco died and a new statute of autonomy would be voted on by the Catalonian population, which once again would be overwhelmingly voted for, with 92% of the population voting for autonomy. More people would then vote for autonomy in Catalonia in 2006, with 78% of the population voting in favor of the new autonomy bill. 2009, things would be pushed forward a bit with an independence referendum being held by the Catalan government. 96% of the people voted yes to Catalonia being an independent state. Though with the referendum and subsequent referendums around this time, mainly in 2011, as well as participation was iffy in some areas that voted. November 9th, 2014 would see probably the most famous Catalan independence referendum held to date, with the Spanish government attempting to crack down on the separatism in Catalonia, with the Spanish government blocking polling stations and shutting down others. Protests would break out in Catalonia due to the suppression of the referendum. The Catalan government would declare independence upon the result, which 80% of people voted for in favor of Catalan independence. This would then be immediately shot down by the Spanish government. 2017 would see a second referendum, but the Catalan government would once again be successful in the bid for independence. But then it was put on hold so that the Catalan government and the Spanish government could discuss Catalonia staying within Spain. As of 2021, Catalonia has 8 million people, with an unknown amount of Catalan, but about 4.1 million people speak Catalan as their first language, with 9.2 million speaking the language worldwide. Cornwall is located in the southwestern part of England, with the Cornish currently having a population of 8.5 million people. Though very small amounts of people who are Cornish identify with being Cornish, with only 15.6% of people in Cornwall identify with being Cornish before being British, according to the 2021 British Census. The theory of where Cornish people came from is thought that the Iron Age Celts settled the region. The language Cornish is a distant relative of Celtic languages. The summer of 1497, the Cornish were ruled by Henry VII, who had been enacting many hardships on the Cornish people, along with a disagreement over the tin mining industry, with that being the industry in Cornwall, was exempt from royal taxes before this, and it would lead the Cornish people to rebel. The Cornish would send an army of 15,000 men to London to overthrow the crown. There would be one major battle before Deptford Bridge, with the Cornish facing defeat, and the battle also saw the end of the rebellion. October 1497 would see another Cornish rebellion being defeated once again fairly quickly. June 6, 1549 to August 17, 1549 would see the Prior Book Rebellion, with the cause of the rebellion being the enforcement of the English language in southwestern England. The rebellion would once again be crushed. The 1800s would see the beginning of the Celtic Revival, with a subset of that being the Cornish Revival, causing renewed interest in in the Cornwall culture and language. The revival would cause many books on the Cornish language to be written, as well as the development of the modern Cornish language in the 1980s. 2000 would see the beginning of calls for a Cornish assembly similar to the status within the UK that Scotland has. 2001, the Cornish Constitutional Government sent 50,000 individually signed declarations calling for a Cornish Assembly to 10 Downing Street. 2009, the Government of Cornwall bill that would make a Cornish Assembly would be introduced to the UK, though it would fail. After the 2014 Scottish independence referendum, this would renew calls for more autonomy in Cornwall. It is now policy of several parties, including Yorkshire and the Liberal Democrats, that would give Cornwall an assembly. Sons of Cornwall is a Cornish nationalist party that holds 5 seats in the Regional Council of Cornwall at the time of writing this video. And to be honest, this sounds like a joke to me, but a person claiming to be a part of the Cornish National Liberation Army in 2007 sent threats to celebrity chef Jamie Oliver and Rick Stein and claimed that they were going to hurt local businesses. The person would be arrested for making threats, and the group, having only made threats to commit arson, and didn't really go anywhere. In 2017, the group changed its name to the Cornish Republican Army and claimed responsibility for several fires that happened at restaurants in several different towns in Cornwall. But this would be dismissed by the Cornish Fire and Rescue Service, claiming it was more likely that the fires were electrical. Corsica gained its independence in July of 1755 from the Genoan Republic after Pasquale Paoli, the only leader of the Corsican Republic, drove Genoa to a few coastal towns in Corsica. It'd be in 1768 that Genoa would cede Corsica to France, even though Genoa did not really own Corsica anymore. It'd be a year later, in 1769, that the French would invade and take the island. During the 1890s and the beginning of the 1900s, movements began around preserving Corsican culture. These movements would be substantiated by the 1930s, with many more Corsicans calling for independence in the 30s due to the unstable nature of France at the time. The late 1950s through 60s saw Corsica's economy thriving, though this wouldn't last long into the 60s, as Corsica's economic situation was leading to more and more pitfalls in their economy. This would spawn more movements in the 1970s, most notably the National Liberation Front of Corsica, which would carry out bombings of government buildings throughout the 70s. Their most notable action was occupying a wine cellar near the town of Illyria and starting a shootout with French authorities, which ended in riots. The biggest organization that advocates for the independence of Corsica is Free Corsica, which currently holds 1 seat in the Corsican Assembly, the governing body of Corsica. 2022 saw the riots breaking out in Corsica after Yanan Colonna, a big figure in the Corsican independence movement, was jailed for the killing of Claude Arenac. The first independent Crimean country would be the Crimean Khanate, which would be founded in 1441, forming out of the collapse of the Golden Horde, being initially led by Hassi Garay. The Crimean Khanate would find itself on borrowed time when they began conducting raids into Russia, which makes it surprising how long the Khanate lasted. The Russian Empire would annex the Khanate in 1774. Crimea would become the Taridia Governorate till the Russian Civil War, where the Bolsheviks would take over the peninsula, forming the Crimean ASSR. Though it would be in 1949, it would be given to Ukraine, and would become the Crimean Oblast. Once the Soviet Union fell, the Crimean population would form the Republic of Crimea in 1992. The Ukrainian government would reject their constitution, deeming it was not consistent with the Ukrainian constitution. After the Crimeans elected a pro-Russian leader, Yuri Meshkov, in 1994, Ukraine sent an ultimatum to Crimea to make their laws in line with Ukraine. This was done in part because the Crimean parliament downgraded the powers of the president from head of state to head of executive power. Meshkov, in response, would disband the Crimean Parliament. Most of these demands would be met, though a few symbolic measures would be made to be more in line with Russia. Eventually, the Ukrainian government would take control of Crimea and disband their government on March 17, 1995, forming the autonomous Crimean Republic. Crimea would eventually become independent of Ukraine in 2014 for a day before joining Russia and becoming a republic within the Russian Federation. The Faroe Islands are a series of islands located in the Atlantic Ocean. The Faroese, due to different linguistic and cultural differences with Denmark, advocate for their independence. The Faroe Islands would be occupied in 800 AD by Norsemen. Denmark has ruled the Faroe Islands since 1388, with times when the island was ruled by Norway. But since 1814, with no interruptions, Denmark has ruled the island. In 1946, an independence referendum was presented to the Faroese people by the Faroe Islands government, with 50.72% of people voting for independence, though Denmark did not recognize the result but instead gave the Faroe Islands greater autonomy. 70,000 Faroese exist across one country in one autonomous area. The Faroe Islands have 50,000 Faroese living on the islands, and Denmark has 20,000 Faroese, with those parties being the People's Party, the Republic Party, the Progress Party, and the Center Party. All those parties advocate for the Faroe Islands' independence. Flanders is the northern region of Belgium, which is home to the Flemish people, who are the Dutch-speaking population of Belgium. Belgium's political situation is a big part of the reason why the Flemish want to separate from Belgium, as the Flemish population will only elect Dutch-speaking parties to the Belgian federal parliament, which makes up the current opposition in the Belgian parliament. 60% of Belgians speak Dutch. Wallonia is the southern region of Belgium, and they speak French. They're in a very similar political situation as the Dutch-speaking population, the Flemish. The Walloons only elect the Wallonian parties, and there has been recent calls for Belgium to split up because the government keeps shutting down. Though, I don't think that's ever going to happen. Friesland is currently a province in the Netherlands located on the coast. Friesland has a history of having its own self-determination starting in 600 AD with the Frisian Kingdom, with it being a product of the Roman Empire's collapse. Between the 7th and 8th century, the Frisian Kingdom would have a series of wars with the Frankish Kingdom, with the Frisian Kingdom being annexed by the Franks in 734. The Frisians would remain under Frankish rule until 800 AD, when the Holy Roman Empire would form, and Friesland, then under the name of the Frisian Freedom, would be an autonomous confederation within the Holy Roman Empire. Frisian peasants would later have a rebellion, bringing an end to the confederation. In 1498, the Lordship of Frisia would be formed as a state within the Holy Roman Empire, with this lasting up until 1648, with the lordship being fully re-established in 1795 by the Latvian Republic. Frisia remains a part of the Netherlands to this day. Frisians number somewhere around 640,000 people in the Netherlands. Frisians have their own language, which is Frisian, and is considered a sister language of English. The Frisian National Party is the biggest separatist group in Friesland, with them holding 4 seats in the Friesland Provincial Council. The Gagas are a Turkic group of people that descended from the Oghuz, which countries like Turkey and Turkmenistan had the Oghuz settle there. Gagauzia is located in Moldova and currently is an autonomous state within Moldova. Gagauzia is home to a post-Soviet conflict that has ended, which the conflict was in due part because under the previous Moldovan SSR, the Gagauz people did not have autonomy under them, with the conflict carried over through the collapse of the Soviet Union. The Gagauz Republic would be formed during the conflict, though they would never formally declare independence, as what they sought was autonomy. The Gagauz Republic would be formed in 1989 and would be turned into an autonomous state in 1995. The biggest separatist movement is the People's Union of Gagauzia, which is a political organization that seeks the independence of Gagauzia and is considered pro-Russian. The Gagauz people number 200,000 people, with 126 Gagauz people living in Moldova. Other significant populations are in Ukraine, Turkey, and Russia. Ingrians, also called Ingrian Finns, are descendants of Finnish people who settled in what is now Leningrad Oblast in Russia. Ingrians belong to the Baltic Finnish group of people, with them having a population of 50,000 people, with 20,000 of those living in Russia, while 25,000 live in Finland, and the remaining 5,000 live in Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Estonia, and Belarus. Ingrians mainly speak Finnish, though they do have their own language, Ingrian, which is only spoken by about 75 people. Ingrians briefly had their own country during the Russian Civil War, with them forming the Republic of Kir-Jalsalo, which is also known as the Republic of North Ingria. The Republic of Kir-Jalsalo would be founded on July 9, 1919, and would be formed as many Ingrians would be inspired by the revolts by other ethnic groups in Russia, so they took it upon themselves in 1918 to do that. The Ingrians would get support from the Finnish government, along with elements of the White Movement, though the fighting would end on December 5, 1920, with the destruction of the Republic of Kir-Jalsalo. In 1941, the Soviets, who were wary of the Ingrians because of them being a subset of Finnish, decided to start deporting the Ingrians from their homeland, as well as conducting a genocide on the Ingrians. The genocide resulted in somewhere in the ballpark of 18 to 20,000 deaths, which, keep in mind, there were about 140,000 Ingrians living in Russia at the time, as well as all the Ingrians being moved to other parts of Russia. The deportation along with genocide was very destructive, as stated before. The Ingrian population is at 50,000 now, which means that the Ingrian population has dropped by 65% since 1941. The Isle of Man is a small island sitting in between England and Ireland. The Isle of Man sits at a population of 84,069 people. The Manx separatism ideals have never really been a big thing within the populace, though a single party exists which isn't exactly a separatist party but more a Manx nationalist party that goes by the name of Mek Vannin. Kaliningrad is a Russian exclave located in the Baltics, originally under the name of Königsberg in Germany. The Germans would hand the region over to Russia after World War II. The Russians would name Kaliningrad after Mikhail Kalinin in 1946. Once the Soviet Union fell, none of the Baltic states would pick Kaliningrad up. This would instantly become a problem for the people of Kaliningrad, as Russia was going through an immediate economic depression after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Kaliningrad, as of 2021, has 1.03 million people living in it, with 78.5% of the population being Russian. The Baltic Republican Party was the biggest separatist group in Kaliningrad. The Baltic Republican Party was founded on December 1st, 1993, being led by Rustem Vasilyev and Sergei Pasko. The party would obtain one seat in the Kaliningrad Duma before they would lose in the next election. The party would lose its official party status in 2003 due to new laws for political parties in Russia, requiring them to have at least 10,000 members and have a regional branch in half of the Russian Federation's federal subjects. The Trieste is a city that is located in Italy and currently has a population of 856,000 people. Trieste has a history of being a free city, as under the Habsburgs in Austria, the Imperial Free City of Trieste would be formed in 1382, due to the population being dissatisfied with the former leadership. The people of Trieste petitioned the Habsburg monarchy to take possession of the town. The ownership by the Habsburgs would last up till 1809, when the French would take the city. The Austrians would repossess the land 4 years later, in 1813, and would form the Kingdom of Illyria. Trieste was under the direct supervision of the UN after World War II to calm territorial disputes between Italy and the newly formed communist Yugoslavia. In 2011, the Free Territory of Trieste movement was formed. The movement doesn't seem to be that big within the city, but it still exists. South Tyrol is a German part of Italy that was historically a part of the Austrian Empire. South Tyrol had been a part of any one German country plus Italy at different times from 1363, when the Habsburgs were bequeathed the land, to July 16, 1920, when the Treaty of Saint-Germain became effective. In 1922, Italy had a policy of Italianization of the region, which would not go over well with the majority-speaking German population. Eventually, the German Reich and the Italians came to an agreement called the South Tyrol Option Agreement, which was an agreement for both Italy and Germany to incentivize any South Tyrolese to move to Germany if they did not agree with the Italianization policy. This caused many of the Tyrolese to move to Germany. Before World War II, with 86% of the population in Tyrol moved to Germany. Though, after the war had ended, many Tyrolese had moved back to Italy, and only 75,000 stayed in Germany. Post-war, the South Tyrolean Liberation Committees, which started off as a group that was really just focused on bombing post-war fascist relics and statues that would later turn into attacks on Italian security forces due to a lot of their members getting arrested after bombing the electrical grid for an industrial zone. Though, when discussions of greater autonomy in South Tyrol began, the group became less active by the end of the 60s. After the STLC became less active, Ein Tirol, which I would say an even more extreme version of the STLC, would regularly commit violent acts throughout the 80s, though by the 2000s the group had faded into the background of the South Tyrol movement. Many political parties that advocated for South Tyrol's independence, most notably the South Tyrolean Freedom Party that was formed on May 2007, with their main goal of separating from Italy, they would have their best election in 2023, obtaining 6.2% of the vote in the provincial elections. There are several big separatist groups in Venetia, with one being Lega Veneta, which would have a split in the party, with Lega Veneta Republica, which would split from Lega Veneta, which is one of the largest parties in Venetia. The party advocates for more self-determination within Italy. Several Venetian separatist movements / political parties exist, including the Party of Venetians, which before had several different iterations, the Venetian National Liberation Movement, which was accused of being a paramilitary group, though they do not seem to be anything close to that, but notably the group recognized the Donetsk People's Republic, and the Venetian Independence Party, which currently holds a membership of somewhere around 3,000 people. The population of Veneto currently sits at 4.91 million people. Alberta is a province located in Western Canada and has a 90-year history of separatism. Starting in 1930, the farmers of Alberta suffering from the Great Depression were not getting aid from the Canadian federal government. This was led by William Lyon Mackenzie King, who was not shy about not helping the non-liberal provincial governments, and even stated that he would not give a 5-cent piece to non-liberal governments. The Social Credit Party, which represented Alberta, had tried to implement a social credit system in Alberta, which was deemed unconstitutional by the federal government. This angered the people of Alberta, who would then demand William Aberhart, who was the Premier of Alberta at the time, to call for secession, though he would not himself call for separation. By 1940, Alberta's oil industry was booming, and once again people were calling for separation from Canada, due to the freight rates being exorbitantly high, though this would seem not to fester a whole lot of support. The 1970s would see a bigger movement for Alberta separation due to Quebec's independence movement in eastern Canada. This would actually result in one of the first Albertan separatist organizations called the Independent Alberta Association, which included people in the city of Calgary. The 1982 Albertan election would see the first election for the Western Canada Concept, a political party mainly based in Alberta, which was led by Gordon Kaiser, but also ran in other Western Canadian provinces. Though the WCC would gain 11.8% of the vote in the election, not gaining any seats. Though, by the 1986 election, the WCC would lose 99% of its voter base, with them only obtaining 0.65% of the vote. Alberta's separatist ideas would continue to be an issue within the province into the 80s. It would somewhat sit on the back burner for the province, as most Albertans during this time felt represented by the conservative government that reigned through the late 80s into the 90s. It wouldn't be until the early 2000s it would once again become a pressing issue, with the Kyoto Protocols being signed, which many believe these protocols negatively impacted Alberta's oil and gas industry, and the Liberal government facing corruption scandals due to a sponsorship program that they had introduced. Alberta would have two separatist parties during this time. The Alberta First Party, which would have its start in the 2001 election, where they got 8,851 votes, or 0.8% of the vote, which made them the party with the most votes to not get a seat. They would once again participate in the 2004 election, though they would lose most of their voting base, as they would only get 4,695 votes. A 2005 poll done by the Western Standard showed that 42% of Albertans showed some kind of support for the idea of an independent Western Canada. In 2006, per The Sun, Mark Norris, who was in contention to become the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party of Alberta, stated that if a future federal government were to persist in bringing harmful policies such as carbon tax to Alberta, that Alberta were to take steps to secede from Canada. 2015 would see Justin Trudeau being elected as Prime Minister of Canada. Albertans were not fond of his father, Pierre Trudeau, due to what they saw as anti-Alberta legislation. Much wouldn't change with Justin Trudeau, as Trudeau sought to make changes to Canada's energy industry, with the Prime Minister wanting to rely on green energy instead of gas and oil. After the re-election of Justin Trudeau in 2019, Albertan separation would be the most popular it has been in a long time. The formation of the Alberta Independence Party would also happen in 2019, with them participating in the 2019 and 2023 Alberta general election, with 68 candidates, where they would obtain 13,481 votes, or 7.72% of the vote. Of the votes obtaining zero seats in the process. 2023 would see lesser participation from them, with the AIP only fielding 14 candidates, with them obtaining 5,045 votes. The formation of the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta would be formed from several smaller provincial parties in Alberta. The WIP would participate in the 2023 Alberta general election, only obtaining 820 votes. January 2020 would see a new independence poll in May 2020 by Northwest Research, and it showed that 41% of Albertans wanted to separate from Canada. Though, in recent years, the Alberta separation movement has lost popularity, with only 23% of people wanting to leave Canada. Alaska's independence movement is relatively new and really only centers around one group, the Alaskan Independence Party, which would originally be the Alaskans for Independence, which was founded in 1973 by Joe Vulgar. Vulgar founded the party based on the belief that the 1958 Alaskan referendum to statehood was rigged by the federal government. Joe Vogler would begin the movement by sending out a petition that asked for Alaskan independence, which Vogler would go on to claim that he gathered around 25,000 signatures in 3 weeks. 1974 would see Vogler running for governor of Alaska, obtaining 4,770 votes, or 4.96% of the vote, with many blaming Vogler for costing the Democratic nominee, Red Boettcher, to lose the election by 287 votes. 1978, Don Wright would be gubernatorial nominee for the AIP, with Vogler being the running mate of Wright. They would not do as well, finishing dead last in the election, only getting 2,463 votes, or 1.94% of the vote. Vogler would take over for the 1982 and 86 elections, not achieving much. 1990 is when the Alaskan Independence Party achieved the unthinkable. The Alaskan Republican Party, dissatisfied with the position of their nominee Arliss Sturgulowski, and they would persuade Wally Hickel, who had previously won the 1966 Alaskan gubernatorial election, to run for the Alaskan Independence Party, who already had a nominee, that they would move aside for Hickel. Wally would win the election, obtaining 38.9%, or 75,271 votes. Wally would hold office for one term. Before near the end of his term in April 1994, he would join the Republican Party. Also, I think it's worth noting he never endorsed the idea of secessionism in Alaska. 1992 would see the Alaskan Independence Party running for Alaska's at-large congressional district with Michael States. The AIP would finish third out of 4 candidates, getting 6.29% of the vote, or 15,049 votes. 1994, Jack Coghill, who was Wally Hickel's lieutenant governor, would run for governor of Alaska. He finished third with 13% of the vote, or 27,838 votes. This would be the last time the Alaskan Independence Party would get any significant amount of votes in an election, with Alaskan Independence Party's popularity waning post-Hickel win. In the 1996 election, they would be third out of 4, obtaining 2.15% of the vote. For the U.S. House elections, they would attempt 3 more times, not finding any success. The Alaskan Independence Party would attempt the 2004 and 2008 presidential elections, and this is just speculation, that they would try to act more as disruptors than actually attempting the presidency, as they are only running in Alaska. The AIP would run in every gubernatorial election from 1998 to 2010, and then once again running in 2022, with them never getting more than 2% of the vote in any of these elections. 2002 to 2008, and then the 2020 to 2022 elections, the Alaskan Independence Party would run in all of these elections, where they would find a little bit of success, achieving 4% of the vote in 2008 and 2020. Vogler would die in 2006 and pass on the leadership, where the AIP would begin to embrace more extreme views. In 2020, the AIP would sue the Alaskan government due to the change in the voting system from the single-choice ballot to a ranked-choice ballot. British Columbia has a small independence movement, but it is nothing of significance. Several political parties have existed throughout the years, including the BC Independence Party, which is currently active. Cascadia is a proposed state that includes British Columbia, Oregon, and Washington State. As far back as 1813, the people of the Cascadia region had in some way vied for independence, with even John Quincy Adams describing a trading fort called Fort Astoria in Oregon as the Empire of Astoria. 1818, Oregon Country would be established by the Hudson Bay Company, with the British predominantly in the region up till 1841, when the USA would establish the Provisional Government of Oregon, which would briefly not be controlled by the Americans. It would be in 1846 when the Provisional Government would join the USA. During the American Civil War, small independence movements, particularly in Washington, would occur, though none of these movements would ever gain any amount of traction. The modern Cascadia movement, which would be established in the 1980s by eco-activists called the Cascadia Bioregional Congress. The Cascadia Congress was a part of a larger network called the North American Bioregional Congress. The Cascadian Congress are the ones who made the Doug flag, which is the flag that largely represents the Cascadia independence movement. It is also the flag that you saw at the beginning of this chapter. After the 2004 and 2016 American elections, there would be spikes in popularity of the Cascadia movement due to George Bush and Donald Trump winning very controversial presidential elections. After the 2016 election, an independence referendum was proposed but never got anywhere due to not having enough petitioners. In British Columbia, in their 2017 and 2020 elections, the Cascadia Party of British Columbia, which was formed in 2016, would nominate 2 candidates in both elections. June 1846 would see American immigrants who had entered the Department of California in Mexico illegally were upset due to the Mexican government not permitting them land, with the Mexican government threatening to deport them from the country. The Americans, who were settled in Sonoma at the time, decided that they weren't going to take this from the Mexican government and decided to secede from Mexico. The California Republic would last 25 days before the American military would take Sonoma. California would join the Union in 1850. Post-state, many proposals would be introduced to split California into 2 or more states, starting in 1855, when it was proposed in the California State Assembly to split California into Northern and Southern California, with Southern California with the proposed name of Colorado and Northern California with the proposed name of Shasta. The bill would die in the California Senate. 1859 would see another attempt at making Southern California the territory of Colorado. This idea would actually be quite popular, as it was proposed in the PICO Act and would make its way to Washington, D.C. But the American Civil War would get in the way, and that's where it would fail. During the 20th century, several more proposals for California to be split were made. June 4th, 1965 would see a new proposal to split California at the Tehachapi Mountains as the border. This proposal would die in the state assembly. 1992's proposal was to have a referendum in every county of California to partition California into Northern, Southern, and Central California. The 21st century would see 6 proposals to split California up, 1 in 2003, 2009, 2011, 2013, and 2 proposals in 2018. California has 3 groups that advocate for California's independence or splitting up of the state. The first one being the California National Party that based itself off the Scottish National Party, though the CNP is not pro-independence and advocates for greater autonomy of local governments in California. The California Freedom Coalition is a separatist coalition of several political groups in California. After Donald Trump got elected, the Yes California organization proposed CalExit. All the surveys they did for CalExit showed overwhelmingly that the people of California did not want to leave the Union. (1861) would see the American Civil War, with the Southern United States, also called the Confederate States of America, separating from the United States. People often argue about why the Civil War started, but it's a combination of states' rights, slavery, and the disconnect between the Southern and Northern culture in the United States. Jefferson Davis would be the leader of the Confederate States of America. The conflict between the Union and the Confederacy would last for 4 years before the Confederate States of America would surrender. Post-Civil War, you can see the impact on America it had throughout their electoral system. Through many different elections, in particular the 1880 election, where no Southern states voted for the Republican Party, instead voting for the Democrat candidate Winfield Scott Hancock. The 1884 election, where Democratic President Grover Cleveland won the election through winning the South plus some northern states. The 1880 election, Grover Cleveland would lose, but once again the Republican and Democratic states would be split among northern and southern states. 1892 had the same deal, but Grover would win for his final term. In 1896, the South would again vote Democrat for William Jennings Bryan. Those were some examples, but from the 1884 to the 1942 American elections, the South would only vote for the Democratic Party. In the 1948 election, the people in the southern states would vote for an offshoot of the Democrats called the Dixiecrats, where they would win the majority of the states in the South. 1952 to 1960 would be the last stretch of time where the South would vote majority Democrat, as a shift in both the Republican and Democratic Party would begin during this time. The 1968 election would see George Wallace, known as a pro-segregation candidate for the American Independent Party, winning the majority of the states in the South. Beyond this election, there wouldn't be another election that the South would not vote majority Republican. In the modern day, the League of the South is the biggest separatist group, as well as neo-Confederate groups, which I would suggest anyone watching this video do their own research on, because I am not going to comment on that. The state of Deseret was an unrecognized state located in the United States, which was settled by Mormons in the western states that incorporated most of Arizona, Utah, and Nevada, as well as parts of California, Oregon, Colorado, and New Mexico. Deseret came about after Brigham Young, the leader of the Mormon Church, or the Church of Latter-day Saints, originally was going to set Deseret up to be recognized as a state by the United States government, though after Brigham Young, who originally went for territory status of the Utah region, saw California and New Mexico, who successfully petitioned the government to become a state. So ultimately, Brigham petitioned the U.S. government to become a state within the Union, though this would not happen due to California wanting the Deseret area. California would not get the Deseret area, and the Utah Territory would be formed. I should mention, if it wasn't clear, that Deseret was meant to be a state for Mormons within the Union. In the modern day, Deseret has some kind of an independence movement, though it really only seems to be internet activism and nothing that would be considered serious, as it seems the movement is very broken up and not centered in any one area. Greenland is the biggest island on the planet and was first settled by Paleo-Inuit peoples sometime before 2500 BCE. It wouldn't be until 986 that Norse people from Iceland would begin settling the area. These settlements are what would lead to Greenland becoming a part of Denmark, with Greenland being an autonomous region of Denmark. Greenland's autonomous status grants them to deal with some of their foreign affairs, with them representing themselves in the EU, being classified as an overseas territory within the EU. This arrangement would be started in 1992. Greenland also deals with the United States on their own, as well, with this arrangement being made in 2014. The 2021 Greenlandic election would see the Inuit Ataqatigiit, which is a Greenlandic independence party, obtaining 12 seats. Even though they obtained the most seats, they had to form a coalition with another Greenlandic party called Siumut, who obtained 10. 57,000 people live in Greenland as of 2023, with 89.7% of the population being Inuit. The official languages of Greenland are Greenlandic and Danish, with somewhere between 85 and 90% of the population speaking Greenlandic as their first language. But just about everyone on Greenland speaks Greenlandic in some capacity. The biggest separatist group is the aforementioned Inuit Ataqatigiit. Hawaii is a chain of islands located in the Pacific Ocean and is also the newest state in the United States. Hawaii would be home to many different Hawaiian native groups. Hawaii once was a country called the Hawaiian Kingdom, which was founded in May of 1795. Hawaii would start as an absolute monarchy before changing to a semi-constitutional monarchy in 1840, before eventually turning into a constitutional monarchy in 1887. 1849 would see the French attacking Honolulu due to the Hawaiian Kingdom persecuting the Catholic population in Hawaii. The French would briefly capture a fort in Hawaii before withdrawing. Hawaii would be led by the Kamehameha dynasty from the Hawaiian Kingdom's founding to 1874, with their most notable leader being Kamehameha I. the Kalalakua dynasty, which would lead up to 1893, when the American government would overthrow the Hawaiian kingdom, turning it into a provisional government. A few rebellions would happen in the years after in attempts to get rid of American influence in Hawaii, though these would not work. Hawaii would become a republic in 1894, with the republic lasting to 1898, when Hawaii would become a territory of the United States. Then finally, Hawaii would become a state in 1959. Hawaii currently has a population of 1.44 million, with 680,000 of that population being native Hawaiian. Jefferson is a proposed state incorporating Northern California and Southern Oregon. The idea of Jefferson state came in 1851 during the gold rush in California, when gold was found in the Klamath River Basin, which caused an influx of wealthy settlers in the area. 1860 saw Congress passing a bill that presented a referendum for the area if they wanted to secede from California and Oregon, though this would be voided once the Civil War started, as the Civil War paused the process, which it never resumed. In 1941, Gilbert Gable, the mayor of Port Orford, Oregon, presented that some southern Oregon and northern California's counties should secede from their respective states and formed Jefferson. The counties he presented are and were very rural counties at the time, with Gable's justification at the time being that these counties were not represented by their respective state governments. Gable would even get support from California State Senator Randolph Collier. November 27, 1941 would see citizens of Siskiyou County blocking traffic on Route 99. Lots of them brandished firearms, where they would hand out pamphlets declaring independence from Oregon and California. The pamphlets would also state that they would secede every Thursday until further notice. The movement would end when they would inaugurate a governor, which would be Del Norte County District Attorney John Leon Childs. The death of Gilbert Gable on December 2, 1941, combined with 5 days later on December 7, 1941, Pearl Harbor being attacked by the Japanese, which would pretty much bring an end to the 1941 movement as we knew it. In 1992, State Assembly member Stan Statham would present an advisory vote in the 31 counties that are in the proposed state of Jefferson, which all the counties were all in favor of splitting. The 2010s would see many of the counties that are within the proposed state voting in favor of forming the state of Jefferson. In 2016, 21 of the 31 counties would see a declaration or an intention to leave California to the State Assembly, but none of this has seemed to have been acknowledged by the Californian government. Interestingly enough, the southern part of Texas also has a proposed state called Lincoln. Newfoundland is a large majority of Irish in Canada. I'm going off script here because I don't feel like rewriting this. They have a large Irish population. They were a dominion, a colony first from 1610 to 1907, with them achieving dominion status in 1907. They would help the British through World War I and II. They would basically be a part of Canada in World War II, though they were still a dominion of the British Empire, but they were pretty close to becoming part of Canada by that point. It would be a province of Canada in 1949. Newfoundland uses this thing called the tricolor. It looks like the Irish flag, but the orange part of it is pink instead. So yeah, that is Newfoundland. (1620) would see the groundwork laid for New England, with the Plymouth colony being established. England would name John Carver as the governor. The Plymouth colony would be where the first Thanksgiving was established. It'd be in 1643 that the New England Confederation would be established due to ongoing conflicts with local native tribes and the Dutch. The Confederation would consist of Massachusetts Bay, Saybrook Colony, New Haven Colony, and Plymouth Colony. It would be de-established by the British amidst separation fears in 1686 and would be turned into the Dominion of New England. And this would only last 3 years after revolts in New York and Boston in 1689. The New England colony would last up to 1776 with the establishment of America. There wouldn't be much call over the next 200 years for the separation of New England until 2014, when a man by the name of Alex Gilbert would establish the New England Independence Campaign, which wouldn't have much traction, but due to the volatile nature of the 2016 election, the NEIC would gain traction. The NEIC reason for independence is to get away from more taxation and government spending, though in recent years it seems the group has waned a bit in popularity. Northern Ontario has a very small movement to split and form an independent state. It has also been proposed that Northern Ontario could become a province of its own. The Northern Ontario Party, which was founded by Ed Daybell, is the biggest organization that has proposed the Northern Ontario provincehood. The NOP was founded in 1977 and was de-established in 1985. This phase of the party showed zero results, as most people in Northern Ontario are not into the idea of a Northern Ontario province. Daybell would bring the party back for the 2011 election and beyond, never achieving anything of significance. Quebec is currently a province in Canada with a predominantly French population. The French were the first Europeans to settle what is now Quebec and what they called New France. New France would be founded in 1534 and would last up to 1763, when Louis XV would cede the land to the British after the French lost a war to the British. The British would turn New France into the province of Quebec after the ceding of the territory. The British would eventually, in 1791, break up the province of Quebec into Upper and Lower Canada provinces. Lower Canada would be the predominantly French province, and Upper Canada would be the predominantly English province. 1837 to 1838 would see both people in Upper and Lower Canada rebelling against the British implemented government in Upper and Lower Canada because of lack of political reform. Lower Canada would attempt to separate, in which they would become the Republic of Lower Canada. The Republic of Lower Canada would be formed on February 22nd, 1838, and would last until November 8th, 1838. Though the resistance of both Upper and Lower Canada would be futile, Lord Durham would write something called Lord Durham's Report, in which he would recommend the combining of the Upper and Lower Canada provinces, which would happen in 1841, where the province of Canada would be formed. Though by 1867, Canada would become a dominion in the British Empire. Through the next many years, the French population of Canada would have some sentiment about separating from the Anglophone majority Canada due to many different reasons, with the main being the big cultural differences between Quebec and the rest of Canada. The 1960s would see one of the first Quebec independence movements, which was headed by a political party called the Rally for National Independence, started alongside the Quiet Revolution, which was to protest the Canadian government not having much recognition of the French people of Canada. Also in the 60s, the Front for Quebec Liberation, or the FLQ, which was a communist French-Canadian terrorist group that would conduct bombings on the English parts of Quebec. Along with that, the biggest thing that they did was kidnap British Trade Commissioner James Cross, along with killing Quebec Labour Minister Pierre Laporte. In 1968, the Rally for National Independence would merge with other Quebec sovereignty movements to form Parti Québécois, which is currently one of the more popular parties in Quebec. Currently, they only hold 4 out of the 125 seats in Quebec's National Assembly, which is the governing body of Quebec. Federally, Quebec does have representation as well in the Bloc Québécois, which formed after the failure of the Meech Lake Accords, which tried to symbolically get the government of Quebec to recognize the 1982 constitutional amendments in Canada. The Bloc Québécois would even become the opposition in the Canadian Parliament when the Conservative Party collapsed in the 1993 election, where they would lose 154 of their 156 seats, where the Bloc Québécois would gain 44 seats from the initial 10 they had. 2018, the Bloc Québécois would briefly split up into two parties over a disagreement about leadership in the party. 10 out of the 13 people who held seats under the Bloc Québécois name would become the Québécois de Bois, or Stand Up Quebec. Eventually, former leader Gilles Duceppe, along with 20 ex-Bloc Québécois members, would demand that the leader of the time, Martine Ouellet, to resign, in which she would. The Bloc Québécois are currently led by Yves François Blanchet, which under his leadership in the 2021 Canadian election, the Bloc Québécois would obtain 32 seats. Quebec's population as of the writing of this video sits at 8.4 million people, with 93% of the population speaking French. There has been a few calls for Vancouver Island to become a province, which Vancouver Island is a part of British Columbia. But, yeah, there's only been one party that's represented Vancouver Island, and that's the Vancouver Island Party, which they ran in the 2017 British Columbia provincial election and had no success. In 1811, Antioquia would find itself a part of the United Provinces of New Granada for 5 years, which was a part of the Spanish New Granada Viceroyalty. Spain would annex the United Provinces in 1816. Antioquia is a department in the northern part of Colombia. 88.6% of the population is white/mestizo, with most of the descendants coming from Spain, specifically Basque, which I've already talked about. 10.9% of the population is black, with most being descendants of slaves, and 0.5% are native. Antioquia's independence movement seems to be small, as there isn't a lot of information on it in Colombia. Araucania is a separatist region of Chile represented by the Mapuche people. The Mapuche is an indigenous tribe located in southern Chile. The earliest known evidence of the Mapuche is from 500 to 600 BC. The main homeland of the Mapuche is from the Itata River to the Chiloé Island. It is noted that the Mapuche mostly avoided the Inca Empire, as the ones who fell under the empire fled, and most weren't even touched by the empire. April 20th, 1851 would see Chile devolving into a revolution. Chile in the previous 20 years had many internal conflicts, including a civil war that lasted from 1829 to 1830, that brought conservative reforms to their constitution. Inspired by the slew of revolutions in 1848, the liberal rebels, which would form from the Chilean Liberal Party in 1849, along with the Mapuche Lanco with the name of Manil, would join the liberal cause, which a Lanco is a collection of Mapuche communities. December 31st, 1851 would see the fighting come to an end, as the Chilean government had the superior numbers. The Mapuche speak their own language, Mapudungun, which only 115,000 of the 1.9 million Mapuche speak, while the rest speak Spanish. Mapudungun is a part of the Araucanian language family. As mentioned before, there are 1.9 million Mapuche people currently, with 1.7 million living in Chile and roughly 200,000 live in Argentina. Araucania has the biggest population of Mapuche, with them being 25% of the population. There are 3 separatist groups within the region, which are the Consejo de Todas las Tierras, Resistencia Ancestral Mapuche, and Coordinadora Arauco Maleco. All of them want the territory of Argentina, the Mapuche territory in Argentina and Chile.